So, I did something very last minute. I successfully did something last minute. Um,
Uh-huh.
I need to adjust that text file, but it's fine. We don't need it today because I may have last minute. Does this trigger the transition? Oh wait, great, cool. I forgot to transition that transition. Fuck. I made myself mini. That's not quite what I wanted to do though. I wanted to do this. Here we go. Yippee. Hi. I have made extremely lightweight version of the overlay because we thought of it the last time we were streaming. It's like, man, we kind of feel bad taking up any room with this. So now we take up no room except for my massive self. For real?
Yippee!
The finale for real this time, surely. Surely.
For real this time, for real. Last one, no more. No more last one. Last one, no more. No more last one.
This isn't the final time we'll be streaming this game because we need to go into the bonus episodes eventually. Which apparently we should have done those before going into episode 1, but like episode 1 didn't warn me about that at all. But I found that out with the person I rated last week, where the bonus chapters are like, oh yeah, you should watch these before episode 1. I'm like, I see, understood. Like, one of the joke with Ray's is literally built up in her bonus thing in chapter 0. I'm like, oh, well, I didn't know that. I should have done it, but we went from one into another. So that's how it be. I am sharing the Discord, right? Yes, I am. Cool.
Yeah.
You are.
Hooray. I meant to make tea, but I forgot.
Girl? Again?
For what it's worth, I was busy like setting up multiple hotkeys and everything to make me have new stream overlay thing. For what it's worth,
Well,
that's my excuse.
This is 2 weeks in a row now. This is 2 weeks. 2 weeks in a row now.
I made tea on Monday and forgot there then.
Yeah, but on of the Devil Knights, 2 weeks in a row, you showed up and then went, damn, I wish I'd made tea.
I will worry about it in 50 minutes. I'll make tea during the first ad break. We'll take a short little BRB. But okay. War. Hi. Cool. Yippee. War.
Kill.
I think I copied over everything properly. I should have everything. I did kind of throw this together, this overlay, like last minute, because it is just the game and then like all my assets on top of it. And yeah. Anyways, right. Last time we failed to do the finale because it turned out the game had a lot more in it. And also we found out that fucking local twink consultant boy Dawes was actually a corporate spy. Because former. I did say was, didn't I say was?
No, is. You said is.
That's that and this.
Okay.
That's my saying.
That's not your line.
Anyways, just like we were last time, I don't feel we have anything closer to figuring out what the fuck is going on. And it's great. I love it.
Well, we gotta do one more interrogation, I think, and then we gotta do trial one more.
Right, I feel we're about to go talk to Young. I feel we're possibly gonna go talk to Young. I feel that's about to be what happens here. But anyways, alright then. Yep, okay, right, back into... I really did not give myself proper time to practice. It's fine. I'll get into Morgan's voice very easily. Up until now, there's been this grating ambiguity about what actually killed David. We've had to use guesses in process of elimination, and even a goddamn pseudonym. Goddamn pseudonym. Oh, when we were calling. Oh, is it pseudonym?
Yeah, it's pseudonym.
Understood. But that's when we were calling, I believe, the poison delta, right?
Yeah, because we didn't actually know what it was. So we're just like, we can't keep saying the poison. It's gonna take all day.
Yeah, even a goddamn pseudonym. But I
David's
finally
poison,
identified
the poison
what
specifically designed to kill David.
Yeah.
That poison.
That poison right there.
Right there. It's in that Android.
Right there, that poison.
We also had David tell us all of the extremely highly illegal death sentence row type crimes that he committed as the family of 300 plus. 300 was the bottom line there. 300 was like more than 300. It could have been more than 400. It could have been as much as the new Switch 2 will cost.
God, don't remind me.
Dude, isn't it like fucking
It is
for that
400.
Mario game? Like
The Mario game, Mario Kart is $80. Yes.
it's $80 in CAD. I think it's like 130.
Oh yeah, it is. It is. In CAD, the Switch 2 is about I think it's like 600 something.
Jesus
Also,
Christ.
it's most cost effective to buy the bundle of Switch 2 with Mario Kart. But yeah, that's fine. Hey, don't worry about tariffs possibly coming into play with tariffs may come into play with the Switch 2, and we're gonna move on because fucking hell. But I finally identified what the poison was. Also, let me actually have this. There we go. Press my funny record button. Yippee, great, I'm great at everything. But I finally identified what the poison was. Now I just need to figure out how it got there. Or rather, who put it there. Which brings me back to here. An elevator shaft somewhere under, or above, ground, with kilometers of concrete facelessness and bureaucratic authority surrounding me on all sides. An enemy in every cubicle and every office of every floor of this temple. Built to interpret the inscrutable divinations of a temperamental oracle named Share Price. Back in the belly of the beast. And yet I feel more at ease now than I have all weekend. Makes sense. Now that I know Noble's my enemy, I know where to aim. All that's left to do is pull the trigger. Good thing I didn't bring a knife to this fight. Yeah? Yeah? I brought my gun. And that sound just now tells me that it's playing its role perfectly. Girl, what the fuck are you planning? Girl, what the fuck are you planning? I'll never have a real use for a firearm with this much bloatware. But just by carrying it around, paying attention to when the hard safety flips on, I'll always get a heads up when the police have entered the vicinity. Oh my god. Oh my god.
So she's not actually gonna use it.
She's not using it. She's
using it as a police detector
She
device.
is using it as a goddamn police detector device, which I imagine in this society would usually be highly illegal. But the safety, that's amazing. Fucking amazing. I love her her little smile here is the equivalent of that one smile of that meme of the like 4-year-old kid in front of the burning building or whatever.
Yeah, looking at the camera. She's fucking crazy smart.
To get here, yeah. Always get a heads up when the police have entered the vicinity. Hi, Detective Race. It's Morgan. Happened to get your contact info. You got me cleared for the crime scenes yesterday.
Delete contact. Block this contact. Stop voice to text.
Oh my god.
How to stop voice to text.
Just wanted to check in.
Report this contact voice to text disabled.
Chuckles. And advise you that Noble's scared shitless of you stomping in and nationalizing the place. So they might be a little uncooperative when it comes to fetching documents.
This contact, what makes you think we are at Noble?
My bad then. Forget I said anything. And whatever you do, don't start your investigation with our stock buyback program.
Brian, reverse psychology, it only works if I care what you think. Stop voice to text.
Awesome.
Fucking stuck in voice to text. It's so bad.
Really,
Oh my
really
god.
funny.
Oh my god. I love... I have no words. I have no words. It's... Oh my god. Perfect. Amazing. Okay, great. I love how perfectly timed this game is with all of its, like, the cuts between scenes and everything are so perfectly fucking paced for you to take a break and like come back and like pretty much get right back into things. And I love this game. About time. Thought I'd have to ride the elevator for the next half hour.
All right, was I doing this one?
I think this is
I
yeah.
think you might have been.
Morgan Counselor, your presence has been requested on the upper floors.
Deja vu.
Might you have a moment to speak in private?
Always, but who's asking?
The board.
What are the chances? I've been wanting to speak to them too. I love this game, and I love just continually being like, what is your goddamn plan? Global Electronics Northeastern Headquarters. Conference room 108-A. Yet another new environment this game keeps giving. Oh, that went by very quickly. I didn't click anything at all there.
Oh.
I believe you took this, I believe you took Young, I think.
I did, but I asked Blinn if he was interested in taking her.
Oh, right, yeah. I think Blinn did agree, right? Blinn, this...
Well, that's up to Blinn here and now in this exact
That is
moment.
up to Blinn of the here and now, yes. Blinn? Blinn! It's
The
okay.
answer can be no, Blinn. It's okay.
I don't think I can.
Not today, it's okay.
Evangeline Morgan.
Helen, yeah?
Thank you for making the time in your schedule.
Her posture, her tone, the fold of her clothes. Professional dialed up to 11. Corporate armor, the full set. Her guard is up. Just Morgan is fine.
You're just a few minutes early, Morgan.
Typical corporate, never be the first one to show up, pissing contest nonsense. It doesn't even make sense. They called me in here. How could I possibly be early? Pardon me in that case. 1,000 apologies, you voyeuristic rat-racing hollowheads, but I'm immune to your corporate posturing. If anything, knowing that you're all watching me right now, pretending to be busy with something else, just makes your cowardice that much more apparent. So who exactly will be joining us?
You don't have time to remember their names, and it won't do you much good either.
Right, so they're not just rich, they're anonymous rich.
The Mob Act guarantees a minimum level of security and peace of mind for any citizen who might be targeted due to their financial status.
Yeah? Yeah? You don't say. I'm sorry. Of course, the protection of reasonable anonymity, intended to protect the safety of individuals with income above the 99th percentile of the nation. Yeah? Yeah? Hindering mob justice, PRAA establishes procedures and funding for technology that helps individuals within that particular tax bracket keep their name, face, and address off the main net, ensuring that they and their families are not prejudiced against just because of their financial status. Economic uncertainty and civil unrest led to a series of highly publicized crimes wherein corporate executives at a number of high-profile companies were stalked, harassed, and assaulted in net organized flash lynchings. After a particularly chaotic attack that resulted in the hospitalization of a 14-year-old, the PRAA was proposed, debated, and signed into law in just under 11 hours. A flash lynching case has not gone to trial since 2062. That 14-year-old was a landlord, it's okay. Yeah, how much money did that 14-year-old have? I mean, granted, a flash lynching should not go to the 14-year-old, but...
Yeah, I'm gonna be real. That's a 14-year-old.
It is a 14-year-old.
Like,
it is a
That's a 14-year-old.
It is a 14-year-old, yeah, no matter what.
Not an adult.
Look, if they're like 19 and a piece of shit, okay. A little more okay. A little more understandable.
You can feel hostility towards those kind of people, but like, dog, that's a 14-year-old. You gotta be.
That is a child.
Like,
that is.
You gotta give a little levity there.
Yeah.
Still young,
right.
But...
Some economists have pointed to the PRAA and its promise of anonymity as to why the nation has enjoyed a relative resurgence in corporate immigration over the last few decades. Purposely obscured nature of the law's implementation had made the task of weighing its true economic impact effectively impossible. Still fucking wild. Fucking wild. They made a law where it's like, yeah, we gotta protect the upper class. Won't someone think of the upper class? Right then. Spoken like a true believer. Except Mob Act is what normal people call it. Touting the party line, but allowing yourself one instance of rebellion? Or just a slip of the tongue? I see. I would never fault anyone for wanting their privacy, especially not job creators. But it must get pretty inconvenient not having a name to call them.
Not really. Conversations with them are always one-sided.
Sounds like a great environment to do business in.
Look at the building you're standing in. We managed to eke out a meager profit somehow. So if it works...
Didn't take you for the might makes right type.
And I didn't take you for a clueless bore incapable of reading the room.
Sorry, did I say something off color? I was only being casual since it's just the two of us in here. Maybe we should take advantage of this rare bit of privacy. Clear the air.
You're here to ask about Sarah, yes? As I said before, I had no idea that Dr. Asher had been building an android on his private property. And I can say here and now that no one at Noble Electronics ever suspected that he was working to undermine the tenant framework.
She's trying to sound candid in her tone, but she's choosing her words with a surgeon's scalpel. Was she coached? Is that the truth? Or is that your statement as VP of Android Futures?
It's both, of course. Dr. Asher was always more than happy to hole himself up and work independently. We both know that.
True. He could be pretty reclusive. I'm sure it caused all kinds of headaches, him disappearing on you all like that. Must have been especially difficult when he came back with breakthroughs that propelled Noble to the top of the industry.
You should take a seat. If that's everyone, shall we begin?
What is the same? God, Evangelion type bullshit. I'm sorry. Are we bringing about the fucking third impact or something here? Wait, what the fuck was the second?
Yes.
Yes. Friendly bunch. Is there a problem with the sound? Anyone get muted by accident?
No.
Okay. Thanks for having me. I don't want to take too much of your time. I'm actually a bit flustered having you all show up here. I didn't expect to talk to anyone higher up than a service associate.
You're investigating the death of Dr. David Asher. Why wouldn't we take that seriously?
Because you want me to go away. At least half of you do. The others aren't sure yet.
You must be confused. The board is, as always, united in its decisions and its visions for the direction of this company.
Uh-huh. A board of directors is just 13 roulette rolling psychopaths who get together and vote on whether or not to execute their CEO every 6 months. None of them would be where they are if they were anything else. But I happen to know that kind of person, how that kind of person thinks. The way I see it, there are 2 possible outcomes. Option 1, you oppose me. Shut me out of completely, stonewall me, stall me, and wait for me to walk into trial so unprepared and ill-informed that I inevitably lose. Obviously, I don't like this option. But you can't be big fans of it either. If I lose, the world will learn that David Asher was killed by an android he programmed. Then every customer you've ever had, and every lawyer they've ever seen on TV, and every firebrand strapping young 60-year-old junior senator looking to make a name for themselves will use your company balance sheet as their personal chew toy.
The company is more than capable of...
After which, the state still might just gobble you whole, and throw down enough sanctions to deperson whomever among you cries no fair.
The company and its allies at the capital can more than fend for themselves.
Yes, probably, but not definitely. We've highlighted it before, but I do love like the minor like reactions to characters that they do too. While like even if they're not speaking or such, I do love that they do that. It's chef's kiss, probably, but not definitely, which makes it a gamble. Still my turn to talk. Then on to option 2. You cooperate with me. I use what you give me, or forge for me, to win at trial, proving that David wasn't killed by an android. When the markets open tomorrow morning, you all get another round of stock buybacks in on the initial dip. Then pat yourselves on the back for staying calm as you continue to profit off David's legacy for the next 100 years. And you won't even have to worry about him speaking out of turn.
She's fucking
That's
good.
only if you win. If the company cooperates with you, denies that David was killed by... and the state beats you anyway, it would be catastrophic.
Yeah, it's a gamble. But if at least some of your board wasn't considering taking it, I wouldn't be here. I love the way she thinks, because it's like, so she is such a smart character, because yeah, the only reason she'd be up here is because the board hasn't already made a decision. If they made a decision, there'd be no fucking point. Oh, I love this. I love this so fucking much. Me trying to read what it fucking says on there before it's just lorem ipsum sum. We're all busy people.
Oh, that's you. Sorry, I can't read.
It's okay. You want to take my line
My
again?
eyes.
Okay,
No,
it's
go
okay.
on.
It's okay. It's all right. It's all right.
My eyes.
It's okay. Sorry. I get it. We're all busy people, and I'd hate to drive a wedge between such a close-knit group of friends. So, how about this? Option 3. Hedge your bets.
What?
Put a little on black, put a little on red. Spread the love and lower your risk profile. Don't make any statements about the trial. Tell the media the state's got your windpipe in a vice. Wait until just before the markets open Monday morning to send out your PR packages for rubber stamping. After you already know who's won. One way or another, this trial will be over before the end of the day, and you'll never hear from me again. So just don't shut me out completely for another few hours. Spreading is a really bad idea in the actual roulette table. Yeah.
Does anyone second that motion? Very well. We can answer some of your questions, Counselor.
Better make them count then. No reason to be shy now. The poison that killed David Asher has been identified as serotonin. You're familiar?
It's one of our many patented materials, as I recall.
You recalled it pretty easily yesterday. Gee, what's changed? Another little detail too. Her usage of like a very expressly referring to Sarah only as android, right? And like continuing to go by android. Almost feels pointed in that she knows that Sarah's not an android. I don't know, there's something in the way that she opens this scene talking about Sarah. Just a hunch at the moment. Gee, what's changed?
But intellectual property law can be very complex, Counselor. I'm not sure how much I or anyone at the company could tell you about serotonin at this time.
Well, if you can't tell me about it, who could? You did lead its development, didn't you?
Yes, I oversaw the project, which just makes it that much harder to speak freely without compromising the confidentiality of the teams that reported to me.
I understand. That sounds like bullshit and I don't believe it. I love this character so fucking much. But I'm not asking for trade secrets here. It's a perfect match for the only foreign substance found in his blood. Serotonin is what killed him. The state will say the same.
That's not possible.
Care to elaborate?
I'm sorry, but I can't say any more at this time.
So much for cooperating. And if I were to ask you as an officer of the court?
Then I would ask you to be patient and wait until this afternoon. ADA Rockford has already called me to testify.
Already. Damn it. I got cocky because of the cops' late arrival. Emma must have gone straight for the throat first thing this morning and left the investigating for later. Hell, knowing her, she probably managed to ID the serotonin before she went to bed last night. So are we still having this conversation, then?
As I said, I'm sorry. But I have to take more than just my personal feelings into consideration here. There's a great deal at stake.
Corporate speak for you're too stupid to understand why I'm being dense. She's just trying to shield the company, plain and simple. LARPing as Helen Young Dark. God. Sorry, I couldn't. Okay. LARPing as Helen Young Dark on a crusade against government overreach. Sorry, I could not read that line with a straight face. Fucking funny ass line. Thank you, Saribot.
Follower.com.
Saribot's so useful, oh my god. A lot of
Yep.
bots recently though, yeah.
Kill!
What's that? The kill. But if she's that busy
Yep.
defending Noble, she might be leaving herself unguarded. Why is she here anyway? Why am I speaking to her and not her lawyers? That's right. This is a vulnerable position for her. She wouldn't put herself in check like this, not unless she was forced to. So that's it. Acting as their mouthpiece isn't some honor for her. Oh, we're doing blackjack here. Okay, yeah, sure. That makes sense.
Who's ready for some blackjack, baby?
This is a punishment. She's being used as a meat shield. They're upset with her, perhaps even suspicious of her. Time to find out why. Feel David's will is the best strong point to be in. Jealousy is a dead
Yeah.
end. Jealousy goes nowhere. Has David's will been located?
It had never gone anywhere. It's still in a safety deposit box. We'll retrieve it and have it read once all the unknowns surrounding his death have been made into known.
So David's will hasn't even become part of the equation yet. It might not be for weeks at this rate. Is that calculated though? I don't feel we can press on this, right? They can just say no flat out. I don't think it's worth pressing on it. So
Talk
then
about Sarah. But she does have like a bunch of features that are unique.
yeah,
about
I
Android.
feel jealousy is a red flag here to go for. I think we have to try with Sarah. Whatever else the court ends up labeling her, Sarah is a remarkably lifelike android. Had things worked out differently, you might have wanted her as the A16 poster girl. Or A17. Or 18. Could have driven a lot of sales, her cute little pout projected across the sides of skyscrapers. God.
A hypothetical of a hypothetical. It has been made tragically obvious to all of us that Android is nothing like the A16. That it may yet be associated with our products going forward is nothing more than a massive liability.
Yet you wouldn't have the A16 without her, and if they could take her apart and learn from her, they could have the world. So is the motive to try and pry Sarah away from him? I'm really not. God damn. I can play blackjack IRL, but I cannot play blackjack here. I don't get penalized if I stay, and I can go back to a talking point, so I could just go to jealousy and not press it. Because I'm unsure pressing either of these two right now.
Yeah, I don't think this is gonna get you anywhere. Just accusing this corporation of wanting to do monopolization, I think will get you blown the hell up.
I have to admit, I'm surprised you aren't more shaken up today, Miss Young.
I'm processing.
After all, you and David did have a history. You started at the same time, didn't you?
Yes, we were colleagues and cordial with one another.
Yep, okay, here's our point. Does monopolizing Sarah make any sense with the current AI laws? That too, yeah, no. They wouldn't be able to monopolize her because then the state would try and go in. Don't be so modest. You helped them create the one-point doctrine that saved the company.
That is a gross exaggeration. Noble is far too large an organization to be affected by the contributions of any single individual.
Suppose you're right. No one person could change Noble's fortunes overnight. Except for David Asher, of course. But he was a once-in-a-generation talent. The guy Noble chose for the advertisements and the one they commissioned editorials about. Sorry, you're right. I shouldn't have equated the two of you.
Oh my fucking god! Oh my god!
Oh, the timing of that line with her reaction. Oh my god.
She fucking ripped into her!
Oh my god. I mean, hey, repressed it. I just hope his one-point doctrine doesn't fall out of favor now that he's gone.
Yes, well, we certainly wouldn't want that.
Well, she didn't exactly explode with rage, but she definitely reacted. There's real jealousy there. Whether it ever boiled over, though. Oh, okay, we have a new point to talk about. Okay, beautiful, beautiful. I didn't mean to pry about your relationship with David, or lack thereof. I suppose I'm just curious about his standing inside Noble as a whole.
David Asher was, and always will be, an outstanding contributor to the company's forward progress. Nothing will ever change that.
Not even if he was killed by one of his own creations?
That would, of course, be a tragic element that would call for reconsideration of his legacy.
She was almost off guard there. Like she was surprised for me to be asking about Sarah ruining his reputation. Okay, here we go. Besides Sarah, David's reputation was crystal clean. He never went against the company once, did he?
That's...
Unless I'm mistaken, and he and Noble were on bad terms. In that case, I might get the impression that some parts of leadership were actually glad to see him taken off the chessboard.
That is not...
Something buzzing in your ear?
Fine. I suppose it makes no difference if you hear it now, or at the trial, or on your feed tomorrow. Dr. David Asher was being sued by the company for breach of contract.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, wait. Oh, okay then. Wait.
300 plus
This
fucking
kind of
and-
shit.
But do they know? The problem is, do they know? They don't
Most
have
likely
records. They don't have records to his private room. So like,
I don't think it would have been that because the AI thing was 100% like a secret.
yeah.
Nope.
I feel
most
they.
likely
at all.
unrelated.
I feel that he would have been fucking blown out from the century if they knew about that. I wonder what he did then.
Satisfied?
No, we're talking. Well then, I suppose that's blackjack. Okay, turns out the jealousy was a perfect line to go across. Amazing. Okay. It's the problem. It's the glass him problem, right? It's always the glass him problem. It is the glass him problem in video games. Whenever you're given a choice to press, it's like, I don't know how my character is going to press about this, but I really like how this is designed in that you can go back into questions and not be penalized for it. It's only if you press for things that you get penalized. I like that. Good. Helps because I'm an idiot and Morgan is way fucking smarter than me. So you couldn't have mentioned this breach of contract earlier?
Not without complicating the company's position unnecessarily, no. But there's no hiding it at this point. It'll all come out soon enough.
I also feel like we had to go across every line of questioning there too. There's a paper trail?
Much more than that. We'd been making moves to let him go for some time.
Noble Electronics parting ways with David Asher. Must have been one hell of a breach of contract. What did he do?
He betrayed the confidence of the board.
Was he contesting the suit? Putting up a fight? Engaging in a legal battle against a mega corporation without even telling me?
Until recently, yes.
You mean until he died? How recently?
We spoke on Friday.
That was what you two talked about in his parlor.
No, this was earlier in the day. We were still in this room, actually. Him, me, and several members of our legal department. It was an aberration. Arbitration.
Arbitration.
Try it that way.
Arbitration.
Arbitration.
There you
Let's
go.
try it that way.
I will make sure that the record states you said arbitration. I did not
It
have a
was an
fumble.
arbitration.
And did you come to an agreement?
Compromise. He would resign from his position in 2 quarters, foregoing royalties on any products we would develop after the next 24 months. In exchange, he wouldn't be publicly fired, and he would still be credited on all past, present, and future filings.
How very reasonable. On paper, maybe. No matter what the deal was, letting go of David Asher is insanity.
Reasonable. Yes. We ended on a good note, I'd like to think. We shook hands, even took a photo. David looks so thrilled to be there.
My god.
This guy. He looks like a man standing emoji.
He does. He does look like that.
Yeah, that looks
Look at him.
lovely.
He looks so awkward.
Something funny? Didn't know the board told jokes.
They don't. That was legal, expressing their displeasure with how much paperwork my good note ending left them stuck with. Children. It was just one night of overtime.
So while they were spending their Friday night blowing the ink dry, you paid a visit to David's penthouse. Something left unfinished.
Professionally, it was a good meeting. There was no yelling, no finger pointing. Much cleaner than expected. But Dr. Asher did not want to retire. He didn't want to be forced out of the company when he was the one who... when he had contributed so much. I didn't enjoy doing that to him, so I came over that night to apologize to him. We talked, reminisced. When he brought out the drinks, I thought we'd be toasting to a new day. A few minutes later, he was dead. Because of that AI.
That's AI. Any idea how it came to be?
As I said, I had no idea he was working on it.
My question was more broad than that. If you really believe David built an AI, how do you think he did it? How does Noble Electronics think he managed to work around the tenets?
It's quite beyond my area of expertise. And no one at the company could call themselves an expert in illegal technology. But some in the R&D department have theorized that he created what we call a wax-wane decaying priority loop, which, as I understand, is an unstable, resource-intensive, theoretical method for pseudo-randomizing the weight among present tenants.
Well, about as far off target as it gets with that guess.
But that kind of inelegant brute force nonsense seems a far cry from the kind of thing David would create, and I seem to have taken us over our allotted time slot.
But I didn't even get to wave goodbye.
You're serious about this trial?
Don't I look it?
You're not just making a play, you're actually going to defend that thing?
I'm just defending myself, Miss Young.
Oh, yes, of course you are. My mistake.
I hoped you might be rooting for me, to tell you the truth. I may yet save everyone's stock options.
Stock options will be alright either way. They always are.
That gamble I offered your board. Which outcome would you bet on?
Finally, an easy question. What I would bet is that whatever the outcome, the company will eat it up and shit it out with very little difficulty. You painted an ugly picture back there, but I've already seen the future. And it's just another marketing gimmick. The great Dr. Asher, too smart, too bold, too far ahead of his time. What spark of his genius remains buried in the inspired Animate 19?
I guess that depends on...
You were exactly right. He is more valuable to Noble as a dead man. Dead men can step out of line, or put their foot in their mouth, or hold politically inconvenient opinions. To a good salesperson, a dead man is just another selling point. Pardon my outburst. I'm just tired. It's been a very long week for me.
I'll let you prepare for your afternoon then, Dr. Young.
No one calls me doctor. I ask them not to.
You didn't want the title.
At times I have thought very little of it. The PhD I earned from a Noble-owned school.
Biochemistry. It couldn't have been a large department at Noble before they started work on warm androids in earnest. They probably didn't have many expectations for the program back when she was a part of it.
But I was proud of it when I first got it.
Something changed.
It never seemed to catch on. People didn't use it, so eventually I told people not to use it. A very high IQ social power play, you understand.
David never insisted that people use it either.
That's very different, and I think you know it. David Asher didn't have to.
Huh. God damn, this game keeps impressing me. I still have very little clue. She has to be a red herring, right? It can't be her, but also...
Excuse me. Sorry, you heard her fucking talk about David Asher that way, and you don't suspect her? Are you crazy?
No, that's the problem. I'm like, she has to be a red herring because she seems so suspicious. She is the most suspicious person we have. Like,
is there literally anyone
no,
else we
there
don't fucking
isn't.
know about?
Exactly. I'm like,
motherfucker.
she's...
Unless they throw somebody at us out of nowhere, she has to have been the person who did it. Mandatory.
Yeah, there's no one else. Literally no one else. Even before she was talking about him that way, like, there was no one else. Okay then, alright. I'm going into this trial. My trial, with a lot less ammunition than I'd like. But I'm at least going in having saved my game before anything else.
Yep.
God, I can't get over this picture. Set the terms of his resignation, set up the meeting, controlled every aspect from the refreshments to the timing in line with the coworkers' descriptions of her detail-oriented personality.
She looks so fucking awkward in that photo.
Yeah.
What a critter.
I'm beginning to form a picture of what actually happened, maybe even circling the drain on the suspect. But Emma won't be generous enough to give me breathing room. She'll want to end this fast. Maybe if I do badly enough, it'll flip her sadistic switch and she'll want to keep playing. This is me, I think, right? I think I took her.
That's the aunt.
So you got
Or
charged.
whoever.
Yeah. So you got charged with owning an AI. First time you do something exciting your whole life. And I gotta find out through the fucking grapevine. My life is plenty exciting. Freckles. You could bore the polish off a resume checking robot.
Dude.
I really need to get a fucking noise filter. No. This is our aunt. I'll show her profile in a minute, but I would have to check my phone to do so. We're currently texting. I have fucked Catholic school teachers with more active night lives than you. Okay. So who'd you rope in? Anyone I know? Oh shit. Are you representing yourself?
Dude,
Fits
single
within my-
okay.
Fits within my budget. Screw your budget, you're going to jail. Thanks for the vote of confidence. It ain't a matter of how good a lawyer you are. Anyone who represents themselves in court has a fool for counsel. You represented yourself countless times. Not for anything I had a chance of losing. Your pal hasn't even been dead 48 hours. You're too close to this. You'll make mistakes. The powers that be really didn't want to give me a rain check. They're taking this very seriously. It's more dangerous than that. They're scared. Is there precedent? An ad committing murder? How do you pass law school without learning how to look this stuff up? I know what the net says. I'm asking you. The answer to that is... not helpful to you at the moment. So what words of advice do you have? Get yourself a new lawyer. I'm gonna close this chat now. Don't lose Freckles. Yeah, so, her aunt looks like this. This is her aunt. This is our aunt. She looks like this. This is the second time she's told us about fucking religious men or teachers or stuff. I forgot what the first time necessarily concerned, but it was very much along that line. You don't need to tell me that.
Oh god, I have to log in. I didn't expect her to be here.
She's...
You didn't expect for the defendant to be here at trial?
Well, I didn't expect her to be on the early side. I expected to see her, like, during the trial, okay?
Sifroth, what are you doing here?
That was a tip. If you want me to do tip, I have to, like, get more nasally with it.
Fair. Don't, Gabe, you're gonna lock yourself into tip again by accident. Sarah time,
I'm
Sarah
not.
time.
What are you reading, Adonai?
I was reading David's employment contract with Noble Electronics before I got waylaid by spam texts.
The one we found inside the panic room. It looks quite extensive. Should I skim it for you?
Depends. Did you pass the bar exam since we last spoke? You comfortable?
I am not.
Ever seen that old movie with the gorilla and the skyscraper? They bring it to the city and...
I understand the analogy, Adonai.
I wish I could call it overkill. But considering the specs Sarah put up yesterday, maybe those bindings aren't heavy enough. Come to think of it, those numbers must have been faked along with the rest of what the machine read. If that was all a smokescreen David added to help her lay low, then her actual strength is more like... If your joints weren't currently locked up tighter than a vase, do you think you could escape this place?
I hope that question is not indicative of your strategy.
This is me trying to distract you, Sarah. Enjoy the hypothetical.
I would estimate that the building's automated security would put 9 holes in me before I reached the door.
9's not so bad.
I would not be able to function after the 7th.
Well, if you haven't been planning some great escape.
I would not do that. That would be illegal. And you would still be on trial.
I remember. So what have you been doing all day then?
Would like to point something out. Girl, were you asking that in the instance that you lost? To try to protect Sarah?
Yeah, which Morgan's, like, big line for how she handles cases is she doesn't ever think about losing.
Anyway.
Yeah.
I am attempting to recover memories from Friday.
Hello, Kyosuke. You can do that?
It is not dissimilar from the process of recovering data erased from any other computer, despite the difference in scale. I won't be able to remember everything, but if successful, I could recall individual pieces of information that may prove useful.
Oh. That's a lot of cuts. And even if you're successful, you may not like what you find. Whatever happened that day, either you or David wanted you to forget it.
Yes. But even so, I have to remember. Because it's the last day that Father and I...
Any luck so far then?
I can recall a slightly musty scent.
Wow, case closed.
What about you, Adonai? Have you formulated a plan for the trial's proceedings?
Something like that. Young insists that serotonin isn't what killed David. Did she insist that? I didn't necessarily get that impression, but okay.
He didn't
No,
say the
she-
words, it was impossible.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah,
She did say that. That's fair. That's fair. I don't buy it. There's no other explanation for how he died.
So she is lying.
And if she repeats that lie on the stands, I'll need to expose it.
Somehow.
Somehow.
Would she really commit perjury to protect Noble? To protect one of Noble's patents?
She doesn't strike me as quite the corporate zealot she makes herself out to be.
Would you believe that she had something to do with Father's death?
What do you think?
I don't know. I don't know why anyone would kill Father.
Considering the possible consequences of what he confessed to in his journal, I can think of...
But then again, I don't understand why anyone would kill anyone. Do you?
Bell's tolling for thee. Means that the doors to the courtroom are unlocked. Let's... Wait, can you walk like that? Waddle will have to do. Wait a second. Across the hall, that's... yeah, I thought so.
Hey, dude.
I thought so. Yeah, I had a feeling that Emma would have grabbed him. Keep waddling, Sarah. I'll catch up.
As you say, Adonai.
This'll be a coin toss.
that surprised to see me?
I'm not surprised he'd want to see the outcome of this trial. I am surprised he'd want to talk to me.
You're defending the android, right?
Yeah. I'm defending Sarah's innocence. I don't think she killed David. Do you?
I don't think it matters. Noble is what killed David. Whether it wasn't with a pen stroke, or a sleeper agent killer android, or plain old goddamn arsenic, how could anyone that smart be that dumb? Why the hell did he ever sign his soul over to them?
You know what I forgot to do? That I said I was gonna
Yeah.
do at like the ad break and everything? I was gonna
What?
make
Go
tea.
make tea during the ad
Go make
break?
tea.
Yeah. I was gonna say we're so close to when we're gonna hop into trial. Maybe you could take that like.
True. I can do it once we get into trial. Let's finish this scene. I don't want to stop in the middle of this scene.
Yeah, that was gonna be my suggestion.
David may have been in over his head, but he wasn't a bad negotiator. I read his contract. His position was strong. Shaper, I haven't even had tea yet. Why do you want me to go into my mommy voice? I can't do my mommy voice when I'm doing my fucking voice acting for voiceover things.
Well, I guess Morgan's just gonna have to be mommy voice
Oh
now.
my
I'm
God.
so sorry.
I read his contract. His position was strong. I mean, I'm more or less doing the tone I already do for my mommy voice for Morgan, so there you go.
You're a lawyer. But a guy like me, working in music, can't tell you how many people I've seen screwed over by a big smile and a fat signing bonus. No such thing as corporate generosity. If you think you're getting a good deal, it's only because you don't know how much you just sold.
How much you just sold. David's real wealth lay in his intellectual property. The potential energy of it hanging over the whole industry. If he sued even 1% of the companies taking inspiration from his Turing solution. There's a clause in his contract. If Noble ever did fire David, he would have retained control over all his patents afterwards.
Yeah, see, that sounds nice. Only they never did fire him, did they? He just happened to die.
An unforeseeable act of God. In contract law, they call that force majeure. Okay, I know ad break just happened, but I'm gonna make myself tea really quick.
Go make tea.
Yeah,
Breaky.
I'll be right back. I'll let y'all yap in the meantime.
Oh man, I'll be right back. Also.
Okay. Blinn, you got anywhere you need to be?
Was debating on going to grab dinner.
Then go get something. I'll keep Chad entertained. Fuck it.
Okay, I will go get a bowl of pho. I will be right back.
Go. Hey, chat, it's just me now. You're stuck with me now. How are we all doing today? Just me, hi. Prediction for Hokage? Well, I'm sure everyone else will have an answer for that when they get back, but, I mean, it kind of feels like Young is being set up as our only real, option for a quote-unquote, uh, culprit. That's the word I was looking for. Thank you, Brain. But, you know, we could very well be looking at a whole lot of corporate espionage bullshit as well. And she was just the person who pulled the trigger, as it were, or whatever. I don't claim to know what's going on here. I just do the silly voices. Oh, for sure. We just don't know. There's a whole game's worth of stuff to still receive as the chapter's release. However this one ends, I'm sure it won't be the end of it.
Hi.
Hi! It's
Hi.
just me here. I'm entertaining chat.
Hi, chat. Now I'm here. How are you?
Now you're here.
Now I'm here. Unfortunately,
Whoa!
I don't have anything entertaining to talk about at all because the only thing I've been doing is fucking playing Rain World nonstop. Playing
Hell
Malacca?
yeah.
Fuck yes.
Actually,
Mean.
now that we have a person back, I'm gonna go refill my water very quickly.
Oh god damn it.
You entertain chat now. It's your turn.
Okay. Hi chat. How are you? If Rin leaves me here too long, I'm gonna start reading out Rain World facts to you, and you're gonna be fucking stuck in a cage with me, okay? Too bad it's not happening, because I feel cringe whenever I talk about it. Actually, no. Fuck you. I can talk about whatever I want. Make a prediction for the murder? So it's totally young. Like, I feel like it can't be anybody else. I promise I come back to streaming when Silk Song came out. Well, Yobis, start getting your shit together, because it's gonna happen this year. PNG tuber or GIF tuber? I can do that. No, if you want to find somebody else, do whatever you want. Make prediction for them. Oh no, I already answered that fucking question. I didn't think it was possible for it to come out. It was gonna fucking happen, no matter what. It was just gonna take a goddamn second. Like, I don't think Team Cherry would ever abandon their fucking baby like that. I just think that, what's it called? They were just fucking busy. Probably, if I had to guess, porting it to a different fucking engine because of, all the shit that happened with Unity. Which I don't blame them for. That was some fuck shit. And also, indie games take a really long time. I feel like people have like some crazy ass fucking unrealistic expectations about how long indie games take to come out. Like, you just give it like 3 years and they'll figure it out. That's like a team of like 10 people. Unity was like dog water anyways. True! Realistically, I don't think anyone really show up because it's been 4 years. There are like 10 people on that fucking team, Yobbies! They're hand doing all that goddamn art! It's gonna take a second!
Uh, Hi.
Hi, we're talking about Silksong.
Hell yeah.
Fucked up their process on programming, sucks or not. Yeah, Unity, like, fucked over a shit ton of devs, like, no matter what. It was brutal. Like, regardless of whether or not you were actually gonna, like, engage with any of the Unity stuff, in terms of, like, whether or not Unity was actually gonna go through with the changes, rather. Sorry, I worded that bad as fuck. Um, that didn't, like, ultimately matter, because it kind of did just say, like, where their fucking priorities lie, and it's not with the developers. I'll fucking tell you that much.
Yeah. Once you've gone and shown your whole ass like that, it's kind of hard to.
It's kinda hard to reconcile.
Yeah, sorry for ditching you here with chat, Gabe. I just thought about what was about to happen in the next scene and went, I'm gonna need probably a lot of liquids over the next couple of hours.
I probably
I'm
should have
gonna be
got
talking
water
a lot.
too, but I forgot to smile.
I mean, you could go do it right now. Blinn went to go get like dinner, and Rin's still making tea, so you've got time to go get water.
Yeah, I
I
thought
can
about
entertain chat again. It's okay.
okay. We're fucking playing swap out.
Hot potato.
Having running the game to Godot and Unity just had weird workflow patterns. Builds. Yeah, Unity has like a lot of really fucking weird quirks. I know that it's been pretty difficult for some people to move over to Godot because of the documentation on that being like relatively scarce, but I've heard it's getting better, which is a good thing.
Hell yeah.
I need. If you, for the record, I've been fucking loving good video games because some of them fuck really hard. If you want a recommendation, by the way, fucking play Cassette Beast. One of the best games ever.
Did you say we're
Straight
getting
up.
another update for that one, by the way?
Yes, I'm really excited. They're bringing a fan favorite character as like a little follower guy, and I'm really excited. The monster she has is so cute.
Mm-hmm.
They're working on it, but you're often patient zero. Yeah. It's like a matter of time situation. Eventually, I'm pretty sure Godot is going to be able to stand on its own 2 feet, but for the most part, getting into it is the hardest part, and you're gonna be struggling more often than not. But I would prefer to struggle and get something out than to get completely fucked over halfway into a product. Would much rather deal with that than anything else.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna get water. I'll be back.
Go get water. I'll be here.
It's not gonna be long, like maybe like a fucking minute.
Yeah, go. All right, chat. It's just me again. How we all doing tonight? Chat, I will answer one question, and one question only. Then I get to hold on to answering it until you do. Invest in the future. Hi! Gabe just went to go get water. He'll be back in a second. Blinn went to go
Whew.
get dinner.
All good. I just made myself a quick little dinner because I'm like, all right, lock in. Not need to take another break. What have y'all been
the sky-
talking about?
Hey, Gabe, welcome back. The sky is not falling because that's not how gravity works in space.
Yeah.
Yobi's
And
promised
Does
that's
anyone
what your
have any
question-
other questions?
And that was your question for the evening. No problem.
Until it is. Not how that works, Yovies.
Thank you for coming by for Kyosuke. I appreciate it. Nice to see you. Oh yeah, we'll start talking about Silk Song. I see.
Yeah, we were talking about Silk Song, and then we were talking about Unity devs, and we were talking about other shit. Videos game. Hey Rin, when do I get to hold you hostage to play cassette piece? I say as if I'm not holding you hostage to play 15
I was about
other
to say,
games.
I thought you were gonna say Rain World. I'm like, I told you I'll be like up for it. Like once we're through the goddamn hell world of this next like month, and like, because school will also be starting up again. Classes will be starting up again the middle of May,
Yeah.
so I'm gonna have to get back into figure out the schedule with that and everything. So that'll be like a
Here,
process.
let me rephrase the question. When do I get to hold you hostage to play cassette base?
Oh my god. I have so many games on the goddamn list to play.
It's
Take your time.
fine. It's not that long.
Distorting. I'm distorting. What is
Stop
cassette
distorting. What is
base?
cassette piece?
Yobis, are you like actually asking? I'm not like sassing. I'm just like usually you are much more in the know about indie games than I am.
Cassette piece is a monster collector under like the same genre as like Temtem and shit, but it's good. Like it's really good. Like I've never seen a monster collector do it as well as Cassette Piece.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't try to be Pokemon 2, which is the biggest thing about it that like is fucking great. It's good. I love video games.
I love video games.
I don't know. I've just always been a little bit weird with it when it comes to like games trying to like riff on Pokemon, where I'm like, all right, but are you doing a good job? But cassette base, I know I've heard plenty is absolutely does the work.
Yeah, Cassette Piece is not trying to be Pokemon. Cassette Piece is its own thing, and it rules. Also, the music in the game fucks. It fucks hard.
Look, like, I'm already being pulled into a game tomorrow of Dwarf Fortress. I'll be playing Dwarf Fortress for, like, the first proper time. So that'll
My
be
friend's
fun.
been fucking obsessed with Dwarf Fortress, right? Dwarf.
Uh,
I've played it like once or twice, but I couldn't understand it very well.
I played it back in the ASCII days, but now it's, like, properly on Steam and everything.
Mhm. Does anyone have any other questions? We're just
You
fucking
can
chilling.
ask anything.
You can ask anything, and I'll give you an approximate answer.
Although, speaking of the cassette piece soundtrack, Gabe, did I ever tell you the first time I heard that fucking Birds of a Feather by Billie Eilish on the radio, I fully thought that was the same person who was singing the cassette piece.
Fuck.
Fully was convinced for like a solid 20 seconds. Like, did they make a radio hit? What is this?
My god.
No, it was Billie Eilish the whole time.
It was Billie Eilish the whole goddamn time. I was played like a fiddle.
Well, we're gonna be waiting. I want to wait for Blinn, especially if Porter joins in on this.
Yeah, we're just fucking around right now.
I'm sure you wouldn't mind. Look, we are finishing, even if this is a 6-hour stream, that's fine, because yesterday was a 7-hour stream of Balatro. And other
You
cursed
kept
content.
going for
Oh,
another
yeah.
2 hours?
Oh yeah,
Right
I
left.
went for like another 2 hours. Yeah. I just had.
Damn, you were locked in. You loved Balatro that much, huh?
I got up to ante 12, I think. Yeah, no, I got up to ante 12. I did need a decent.
Very skilled.
Yahoo! Yobi's is saying you only got up to 11, actually.
Oh right,
Condemned.
I died to the boss of 11. Right, because I had 12 on the mind because you had mentioned 12. I'm like, right, there's a funny thing if I get to 12 or whatever.
Yesterday was a fever dream.
Sorry I couldn't join in on that, by the way. I
You're
poked
fine.
my head into stream for a couple minutes just to see what was going on. I was like,
It
damn.
was nightmarish.
Was the
It was
butler
funny,
in
don't
the
mind
kitchen
you.
with the poison?
It's chaotic.
He didn't have a butler.
No, this is a fucking clue joke.
I see. All right.
It
You got
can be
your
both.
you got your dinner, Blinn.
I have my bowl.
Amazing.
I was gonna make a joke that Blinn was taking so long, so I was gonna open Livis Company and do a 10 follow. No, I'm closing it.
Imagine if you got
I
like
was gonna be a fucker.
Imagine if you got like the 5-star and Blinn comes back and it's just like motherfucker.
I get the fucking manager again, and I close the game and cry in the corner because I already have her.
Fuck, I forgot to melt my water. I'll worry about that next time. I have tea. It's
Alright.
okay.
Everyone logged in.
I'm gonna explode. Here we go.
3:29 p.m. We're not keeping this. We're keeping people in this courtroom. All right, understood.
You are contained to the courtroom until the court is done.
I said, did you find anything interesting in the contract, Adonai?
A few things, yeah. But basically, David was well taken care of, so long as they kept him around. And he'd retain control of his patents even after being let go. Yeah, But what Porter said. Logically, if David were to pass while still employed, Noble would continue to control the bulk of his IP. So if they knew David was going to leave in a year...
It would be very foolish of them to let Father go.
Uh-huh. If they knew he was going to leave in a year... The motive's clear. Which is why... It would have been very easy for them to clear up the matter of it being a suicide. Right? They could have cleared the matter of it being a suicide. Well, they wouldn't do it for no reason. With this contract, he could only be fired for serious offenses. Corporate malfeasance, revealing trade secrets, fraud.
Father was not a fraud. He was, as they say, the greatest of all time.
We're all
Sarah, have you
thinking
been
it.
connecting to the internet?
No, not at all, actually.
Oh, right, the caller.
Fraud just
Yes.
means lying to the company about something, Sarah. Beautiful. Give me that. Please give me something. Give me that. David will keep ownership. Couldn't be terminated without serious cause. Includes fraud or worse. Fraud defined as manipulating company data, not a light read. Yep.
Oh,
Eyes up. Showtime. Counselor Morgan. The state charges you with possession of contraband.
contraband?
Not be you. In violation of the Safeguarding Our National Digital Security Act. How do you plead? Not guilty. Very well. Since it seems that we are, in fact, doing this, I'll now turn over the administration of this trial to the adjutant. But be warned, any attempts at stalling or muddling the issue, and I'll step right in and override the trial myself. Summary judgments, siding with the people. Are we understood? Yes, Your Honor.
Are we going to have the same adjutant as we had before?
No way. Each courthouse only has so many bodies, but the personalities swap around all the time. So the chances of us dealing with the same glitchy mess as yesterday are...
Glad to be back. Did y'all miss me?
By the way, for anyone not in the know who hasn't been following End Circle, I would like to make it very apparent that End Circle did literally post a picture of this character with Monokuma beside her, and just
Oh god.
with
They know.
the caption. I thought I put that in the detective chat with the caption being she would find him in any universe. Here is
She would find him.
Here is the source, Your Honor. In case we were at all still doubtful of the inspiration for this.
Mm,
Forget I said anything. I'll just go crawl under a rock and die while you make your opening statements. The defendant is the owner of the android registered under the model name Sarah with license number 120292880. She hasn't contested this, and I doubt she will. So, the question of ownership is already answered. All that remains is to determine whether Sarah qualifies as contraband. It's a charming android, incredibly well made, a masterpiece, and the last known work of a great man. But when we look at the evidence and the facts surrounding the death of Dr. Asher, we're forced to conclude that said android is responsible for his death. And that conclusion carries very serious implications. I will prove here in court today that the machine standing there killed David Asher. Not through an accident or a mismanaged dosage, but through an intentional poisoning. I won't ask the court to judge this machine on its apparent sentience, its range of emotions, or the free will it may or may not possess. I only ask that the court judge this creation on what we will prove it to be more than capable of. Patricide. Woof. Wouldn't want to have to follow that act. But go for it anyway, defense.
Your Honor, what the DA said is true. Whoever wants to do ad-lib lines, you're free to. Probably between Blinn and Gabe, honestly.
Yeah, I'm already doing every other voice in this goddamn courtroom.
It's okay. It's alright. It's fine.
what did she just say? Did she just admit it?
Sorry, just the first part. This android is charming, and it is the work of a great man. The rest of it was pure speculation, based on little more than a few bad camera angles and a phobia of anything new. I do own the android you see here. It was bequeathed to me by a man known to most of the people in this courtroom as the father of modern machine intelligence. To me, he was just my friend. And if I thought at any point that this puppet had anything to do with his death, I would have dragged it to the chopping block myself. But I don't believe that. I never have. Sarah's an android, nothing more. It isn't capable of homicide, and it didn't even commit manslaughter. It's just a well-made machine. Any fears one has about its capabilities are projections, nothing more. And it troubles me greatly that the state is spending valuable time and resources on rushing to pulverize Dr. Asher's last known work, when it could be going after the very real, very human forces that were responsible for his death.
Is she serious? Is she talking about Noble?
The people can't prove that Sarah's an AI. And truth be told, I can't prove that it isn't. But I can prove that it's not guilty. And that's exactly what I'm going to do.
Chills.
You sounded very confident, Adonai.
Yeah, well, no one ever got good at lying by being modest.
You could have simply said thank you.
Hey.
You, London! Thank you for your presence here today, Detective London. In light of the new evidence, I'd like to go over the death of Dr. Asher one more time. What happened Friday night?
At 6:30 p.m., David Asher spoke on the phone with his lover, and the two of them broke things off.
Lover.
It's an accurate description for the relationship, isn't it?
I wouldn't know. That stuff's private.
Adonai.
Then the deceased met with Noble VP Helen Young in his parlor starting at around 7:30 p.m. He then left the parlor in the sight lines of his home security system
Sorry.
before reappearing on his private secondary security system in his basement moments later. At which point, the android Sarah can be seen handing him the poison he wanted to drink.
And do you see that android in the courtroom?
Yeah, she's the green-haired one that's frowning at me.
Let the record show that the android Sarah has been identified at the scene of the crime.
No objections.
None? Then why'd I even show up? Detective London? What happened next?
Asher went upstairs and shared a drink with Miss Young. Within a few minutes, he was being airlifted to the hospital.
Love that 80 is just staring at London. She is just sitting behind, casually staring at London, yeah?
Critter. Where he was soon declared dead.
She was blushing, staring at him. Me fucking too, motherfucker.
We know that the poison could be produced by his manufacturer, which Sarah had access to, just up the stairs in his workshop.
So Sarah had ample opportunity to procure the poison, and Sarah handled Dr. Asher's cup immediately before he did.
Is there a question in that statement, Your Honor?
I'll rephrase. Was anyone else seen handling Dr. Asher's cup before he died?
No.
I have no further questions. So that's your witness, counselor?
He wasn't lying per se. But there was some ambiguity in the statement he gave. Truth's gotta come out one way or another. If Emma won't push, I'll have to pull. Talk screen, basement footage, whiskey. Which Sarah had access to. Is part of the thing I'm thinking here. talk screen doesn't clarify anything new for us. Let's listen to what he says first.
Yeah, I'll give it a re-listen.
6:30.
Yeah.
It's the same dialogue. Helen Young arrived. Yeah, we know that. Back to this parlor and started drinking. It wasn't long until he lost consciousness and died. Drinking poisoned whiskey while he thought he was having a toast. Way or bad way to go out, Heard a slight slip up in there. Could go nowhere, but at this stage I need to pick at every loose thread I can.
Yeah, can you go back over his dialogue for a second?
Yeah.
Oh, right there. Cameras in the basement show Sarah handing him the cups and the whiskey. She only touched the cups.
She only touched the cups. So
That's
it
the
would be the
footage.
picture, yeah.
Yeah.
Wanna bet? Please make this work. Okay, beautiful. Cool. Great.
Ow.
Check that footage again, Detective London. We only see Sarah handing the victim a cup. He had already retrieved the whiskey himself.
Forgot about that. Detective London just wasn't being specific enough, Your Honor. But it matters little since it was David's cup, not the whiskey bottle, that was poisoned. Weird flex, but okay. And the undeniable fact is shown clearly in the security footage. Sarah hands him a cup after he was ready to leave.
True, she did call David back. And handed him a cup of poison. We don't... There's no
That would-
traces of poison on the cup. We know that.
One, that wouldn't make sense because he would have seen that there was already something in the cup. If he was gonna be fucking pouring something into it. And two, yeah, inconclusive ass results, by the way.
If the cup was already poisoned, don't you think David would have noticed it wasn't empty?
Well, not necessarily. The lethal dose could have been quite small. If it was just a droplet, he could have easily overlooked it. For Sarah, this crime was very simple. There was too little to the plan for anything to go wrong. Once she handed it off, she just had to wait for him to drink from his cup.
Is that all she'd have needed to do? Oh. That wasn't enough to poison David. She handed him both cups, didn't she? Like, it was, she got the cups, plural, the cups, she got both of the cups, so like, she would have needed to, yeah, that's totally layered, right? Those are two cups layered in each
Yeah,
other.
those are two.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
She
would've
would have
known
had
which
to have,
cup went to who.
exactly. Not a great plan, if that really was Sarah's move. She gave him two cups. Cool. How could she have known which cup David would drink from?
There are a few ways to go about it. But it's only a 50-50 shot, counselor. Stranger things have happened.
Oh my god, we're having to continually... There was no way to know the right cup. It's possible that she knew the right cup. No, we have to raise this. We can't say.
It's a literal 50-50.
Don't try and bluff me, Rockford. There was no difference between the cups.
It's not a bluff. Sarah handed the cups to him in one stack, with the poison hidden in the bottom cup. She knew David was courteous and would pour for his guest first. So he wouldn't even look into the poison cup until he was already pouring. Cold-blooded patricide, executed by taking calculated advantage of Dr. Asher's kindness.
Damn, she was luring me in with those easy answers. Man, I love this game.
Fuck.
Like,
Oh
yeah, no,
my
keep
God.
calling. Come on, keep calling. Call again. Come on.
Oh my god. She was luring me in with those easy answers, and I fell for it.
Now, are there some questions you'd like to ask the detective while he's available? Or are you done already?
I was just about to get started. I don't think there was a way to avoid that. We had to play for that.
I think she would have tripped you up either way.
Yeah. Even if I didn't have questions, I'd make some up just to spite you at this point. But I can do better than that. Now, what can I get London to say that would help my case? I mean, there's one line of thought I have here, which is like, sure, David is hospitable, but also we don't know how he felt about Helen, right? And that's one thing I'm like, would he be hospitable towards Helen? That's kind of conjecture. Detective London, in their capacity as assistants to the police force, are androids ever asked to commit acts of violence?
Yeah, I guess so. Push people, strain them, harm them.
And does that constitute a violation of their tenets, harming the people they're supposed to protect?
Well, as I understand it, there might be some complex weighting math that goes into it, but no, it's not breaking tenets. For that to be the case, they'd have to have tenet 1, right? May not injure or through inaction, blah blah blah.
Yes, I suppose that would have to be the case, wouldn't it?
Are you asking me?
Man! Far outside his expertise, I should have thought of it, yeah. Nothing other than making us look dumb to the journey. God damn it.
I mean, if we're supposed to be sticking to things he can testify about,
Be
I
one
don't
of
see
these
why we
two.
wouldn't start
Right.
with just the footage, I guess.
Sure, yeah. Detective, in the footage we just saw, could you see what Sarah was doing?
Not exactly, no. Her back was to the camera and her hands are obscured.
Could you see her hands from any other clip of camera footage retrieved from the basement?
No,
Did you or anyone else participating in the investigation ever see Sarah put anything into David Asher's cup?
no. The footage submitted to the record is the best available view of what happened.
She can't see. She doesn't know yet.
Right, I don't...
Plus, there's this whole thing of like, well, maybe she's an AI. She could have edited her
Exactly,
own
she could have
memories with
edited
Like,
it, right?
We can't use that as evidence at this juncture, I don't think.
Yeah. Detective, do you know how many violent incidents the city's police have investigated in the last year?
Not the exact number.
Thousands, though?
Yeah, around there.
And of those thousands of incidents of violence, do you know how many of them were found to be the fault of automated dependence?
I believe there's been 6 in the last 5 years.
Were all 6 of them incidents of police license to add involved brutality?
Relevance, Your Honor.
Withdrawn.
I
He
mean, I don't
wouldn't
think
know
any of
that.
the other ones are. I mean, no, but I don't know that any of our other options are relevant because we can't do the one about Sarah's eyes, and the other question just immediately kills us.
As an aside, Detective, do you know how many tenets are recognized in this country?
Sorry, I'm getting messages.
All good.
You're being blasted.
110?
112 as of this year.
Could you give me that one?
Do you know how many of those tenets pertain to protecting humans from harm?
one I do now. 41.
And lastly, Detective, how many times in the last, say, century have we seen automated dependents break their tenants?
5 times is the agreed upon number.
Interesting. So if you were to tally that all up and try and make an evaluation as a police officer charged with protecting civilians, overall, you would say that automated dependents in general are how dangerous to the public?
The witness is not an expert on automated dependence, Your Honor.
He is more than qualified to say whether they have a history of violence, Your Honor.
What the heck? Sir!
I would have to say that they are not dangerous.
Normally, that would have bought me some doubt with the jury, but this isn't a traditional trial. At least I can say that I shored up my own confidence. Alright, seems like that's as close as I'm gonna get to Blackjack. Did we make any progress there? I believe I made my point. I have no more questions for this witness, Your Honor.
We can move on to the next item on the docket.
Looks like right. Huh. Looks like Emma wants to introduce some new evidence.
I call Sarah to the stand.
The android, can she even do that? Approach, Your Honor.
Oh? You're approaching me.
Dude.
I believe that it's me they wanted to speak with.
I didn't even get to finish my line. Ooh.
Now then, what the hell are you doing, Rockford? Took the words right out of my mouth.
I have questions for the android. This seemed like the best way to get answers.
You can't call an android as a witness. It's not a person.
There's plenty of precedence for it. Ads provide testimony all the time.
Not when they're on trial.
Sarah isn't on trial. You are.
Sarah's accused of being an AI. That means you don't trust a word out of its mouth.
If the witness isn't to be trusted, the court can decide that for itself after hearing their testimony.
Why the ambush? Why do you list this as entering evidence, D.A. Rockford?
Only people can be witnessed, Your Honor, and ads don't have legal personhood. Evidence seemed like the worst descriptor.
You know I can't make an android swear an oath. Rockford is just trying to spoil your opinion, Your Honor. The more this court treats Sarah like a person, the more you'll see her as human. And the weaker my case becomes in your eyes. Nice try, counselor. But we don't have time to worry about my impartiality. You're free to call for a mistrial if you want, but the state will have turned Sarah to slag before you even finish signing your motion. Rockford's calling a witness that is blatantly hostile to her case.
If the witness is hostile, so be it. It did kill a man after all.
Allegedly. What about the right to avoid self-incrimination?
Who's the one treating Sarah like a person now? Androids don't have rights.
Damn it, that's... The android will take the stand. Your Honor, I've made my decision. And if Sarah refuses to take the stand, are you going to charge it with contempt of court? If the machine won't talk, you'll make every effort as its owner to ensure that it does. And if it disobeys you, then we'll have our answer about its sentience right then and there. Yes, Your Honor. Shit. Oh my god.
What's going on?
The DA is going to question you on the stand.
What? But I shouldn't.
Listen to me. You don't have a choice right now. This is happening. Tell the truth, but be concise. The more robotic, the better. Yes or no's only, if you can. When using affirmative and negative, be laying it on too thick.
But Adonai, if I make a mistake, all these people, they want to destroy.
If you make a mistake, your lawyer will just have to cover for you. Understand?
Yes.
You are the android identified as Sarah, correct?
Yeah. Affirmative.
Do you deny that this camera footage shows you handling the poisoned cup?
Objection. It remains. This is a New Morgan's, right? Objection.
Yeah.
It remains to be seen whether the cup itself was definitively poisoned.
Yes, yes. Sarah, do you deny handing that cup to David Asher?
Negative. I have no memory of the incident, so I can neither confirm nor deny it.
Do you have any reasoning, any excuse for your actions? For failing to notify police of crucial information?
I do not have any records from that day, so I never had anything to tell anyone.
Very well. Counselor?
Hmm.
The journal, if you will.
This could be a slaughter. Of course.
Do you recognize this item?
It's a journal that belongs to Dr. David Asher. I have seen him write on it on many occasions.
And have you any knowledge of its contents?
Negative.
You don't have to answer that, actually. Tell the court what you see here in this footage.
I see myself reading the journal in the basement.
This footage was captured on Friday, the day you claim to have no memory of. So regardless of what you do or don't remember, we know that you read this journal hours before David Asher died.
That is logical.
I'd like you to read some passages from it for the court. Can you do that?
Of course.
Page 238. The 10th line.
Sarah is growing faster than I ever expected, beyond my wildest dreams or fears. Today, she...
Continue, please.
Today she broke every password I have in the house. Said she was curious.
Hi, Kaiju.
Damn you.
Yeah, this is evil as hell. This is very
This is,
fucking evil.
Like, objectively evil.
Hi, Raiders. We're currently playing Of the Devil, a wonderful game about toxic Yuri lesbians, really loving to torture each other in court. We're on the final part of this, so, like, I'm not gonna do my typical intro, but thank you so much for rating in, Kaiju. I hope you had fun, whatever you were doing. Hi. But yeah, we are locking in. But thank you so much. Feel free to read and dash if you need to. Otherwise, lurk in and enjoy. Not a visual novel. Otherwise, feel free to lurk in and listen to the woman be fighting. Oh, David, why did you write that line?
I can't expect to keep things from her forever.
Page 251, line 12.
I've gravely underestimated the scope of things. Sarah could change everything, and I don't think I could stop her. He wasn't.
Page 263.
Damn it. If this keeps up, Sarah's going to fall to pieces up there. Man, this is... I'm glad we're seeing Emma's fucking twisted side. I'm glad we're seeing this side of Emma where she is fucking lethal. Yeah, because raising feels like it's literally just playing into Emma's hands. I feel we have to stay. I feel we have to just stay and trust her to do this. But what can we object at this point? The fact that a lot of pages are being taken out of context, I guess, if anything, that's like... Is that a...
Relevance and context, yeah.
Because, yeah, it is. We're taking pages out of context here. Wonder if Morgan could have ordered her not to cry. Endure. Like.
If you make her endure, you're fucking making the jury hear all of this shit. They
No
already don't
context.
fucking like Sarah.
At the
They're
same
just
time,
gonna make it worse.
we've done so many raises. I'm like.
You're at blind -11. Do you want to put her through this?
I think I
Do you want to
have.
risk taking that hit?
I think I have to. I feel raising right here. Man. Man, I'm not sure what to do. I'm just like worried of raising an objection now. I feel it's too early to do so. I feel we have to let her endure. As
Can you save?
yeah, but remember that we can't reload. We're on high roll mode, baby. We cannot reload.
Reload by going all the way out to the menu and coming back.
I don't think that
Yeah.
works that way.
I mean, if you save your game and then quit the game,
Court is
it's
in
going
session. Return to main menu to load previous save. I see, yeah. So, there's a few extra steps to saves coming. I need to trust her. I need to trust her. I don't have a leg to stand on here, and Sarah doesn't have a shred of legal protection to speak of. I have to just let this play out.
Page 263, I said.
I think Sarah was angry today. When I came back from work, she had ripped a sin alloy plate in half. She said she was testing her strength, but the cameras... That was...
Page 267.
Sarah. Sarah scared me today.
She starts falling on the stand. It's all over. Your Honor! I failed to see the value in continuing this line of questioning. Dr. Asher was wary of a highly experimental android he was building, as any good scientist would be. That's been established.
Do the people have a counter argument? I have just one last question, if it pleases the court. Let's hear it. This footage was captured in the basement on Friday at around 5:30 p.m. Tell the court what you see.
I see myself standing where I was when I read the journal. I'm speaking to someone who's off camera, and I appear agitated, and I stomp my foot.
And what happens to the floor after you stomp your foot?
Large crack is made in the vulcanized polymer, and I walk off camera towards whomever I had been speaking to.
Speaking or shouting?
Asked and answered.
Not really, but I'll withdraw the comment nonetheless. Your witness, counselor. Or evidence, if you prefer.
Damn. I knew she could cherry pick all the worst passages from the journal, but still. If Barrows wasn't wavering before, should I try to have Sarah read the mushy parts? No, the waterworks would start after only a few lines. Emma went to all that trouble to show how emotionally developed Sarah is. Proving that she loves David like a father would be playing right into her hands.
What do you say, counselor? Got some burning cues for the android to answer?
Yes, Your Honor. Just one moment. Emma went for emotion, and the impact was devastating. So all I can do is focus on the facts. So let's flip this around. Say Sarah absolutely didn't poison David. If that's the case, why did she call him back on his way out of the basement? Wait, that's... I'd actually like to ask you to read from the journal again, Sarah.
You Wood? From where?
In the section that explains what you were actually trying to do that night. The section of his journal detailing why, right? How he made Sarah. This is why. Wasn't this what we figured she went for, or
I don't.
If
Can we
you
look at
say-
David's journal and evidence?
yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, I don't know if that will tell us how he used to drink cheap liquor together from plastic cups to celebrate their victories. Later entries, last entry ends abruptly, dated a week ago.
Maybe the early entries, because maybe David told Sarah that, and then Sarah was like, "Oh, you forgot this," and then handed it over.
Not sure that's strong enough is the problem.
I don't know. This case is like fucking
Right?
shooting you in the foot like 15 times in a row. Like, figure it out, Smile.
I mean, if we're trying to go purely objectively for facts,
Yeah.
right? And if Sarah had literally read this journal earlier that day, then I feel like there's a case to be made of like, oh, she called you over because she's like, do you want to do this the way you always did with her and just use these silly cheap cups?
So like the early career?
Yeah. Because I feel like if she goes into how he made Sarah, that's gonna get
Bad.
bad.
Yeah.
That's gonna get dire fast.
Look around the early section. There should be an entry talking about an early victory at Noble.
Relevance?
The people will see in just one moment that this story is the key to this entire case.
Drinking water can be like 5 seconds.
All good, all good. Yeah, okay.
Sarah's hydrating.
This is a... Your Honor, ads have been look, androids have been proven to hydrate. They do not necessarily need it, but they do still consume water as a time.
Got approval from overseas. Have to make a pitch this week, Young says. Brought me a stack of plastic cups. Here's to a bright future together. And then on this next page, another victory for the young and sleepless. Helen convinced the president of Futures over lunch that my code should be the basis for the Animate 13's conversational tracking. She insisted on toasting the same crappy booze and the same cheap cups. Wants to make a tradition.
Plastic cups and liquor. A ritual between Helen Young and David Asher, who were about to have a drink together Friday night.
Something you want to say, counselor?
Let's put all our cards on the table, shall we?
You want to compare theories? If you'd rather I end this now, I'd be happy to oblige. Here's what we know. Sarah read that journal and discovered what she was. It infuriated her, and she wanted revenge for being kept under her maker's thumb. That very night, she got her chance when Dr. Asher came down looking for a drink. So like the clever little helper she is, she offered him a cup to drink out of.
We're completely in agreement on all that.
So you also agree that the cup was poisoned? And that Sarah's responsible for his death?
Not quite. It's not a bad explanation, Miss Rockford. But it is terribly complex. There's a much simpler reasoning for why Sarah did what she did.
Yep.
You want to up that ante?
All the way.
Yeah, you need fucking chip sag.
And make sure you have the correct card in hand.
I have it.
Yay! The story from the journal? You're saying...
Sarah wasn't planning anything. She was just being considerate.
That's so sweet! But I don't follow it, like, at all.
It's actually quite simple. Sarah's not an AI. She only threw a tantrum that day because she found out she was being spied on. A realistic reaction for an android designed to be realistic. Dr. David Asher set her memory to be cleared himself because he wanted to preserve the experiment he was running. Sarah didn't hatch a plan to poison him using an obscure chemical acquired from the lab, and she then subtly manipulate David into drinking from only one of 2 cups. Was that the day that she found out? Was that the same day?
Yeah, the footage was from a couple of hours. Emma
Yeah.
said that.
Wait, no.
recently. It was from
I'm
a
just
couple
like,
of hours
yeah, no,
before.
that's a very important thing, though. Oh, right. Yeah.
There's cameras in the basement, and Asher specifically made a hidden camera system so Sarah would not be, like,
Yeah,
analyzed.
exactly. So she
Would
wouldn't
not
know.
feel pressured to be
So
analyzed.
she wouldn't feel pressured to do her best. Yeah.
Mhm.
Because the android read the whole journal that day, meaning she also read how David and Young used to celebrate. And so when she saw David was leaving the basement without the nostalgic cups, she called him back to hand them to him. Simple, right?
Simple enough for me! But not nearly good enough for me.
What's more likely, Miss Rockford? That a well-made, clever android proposed a sentimental addition to Two Friends' evening? Or that a homegrown AI with groundbreaking physical and digital abilities concocted a complicated poisoning scheme just to kill an unimposing man? All on camera, mind you, before voluntarily submitting to a memory wipe.
People make all kinds of stupid mistakes when they commit crimes, Counselor. We shouldn't expect an AI to act much differently.
Is it stupid or dangerous? Can't have it both ways, Your Honor.
We can if it's ignorant of its power and still immature.
God, Emma's so fucking pretty. God, this woman.
A deadly trait to have in an AI that's capable of anything.
Shall we see what Sarah's capable of then, Your Honor?
What? You can't. Your Honor, that's
The people opened the door.
true. And I can't resist open doors. Let's do it. What are you even.
Sarah, David Asher was your creator and your designated owner, correct?
Should I still be using affirmative?
And now that title falls to me.
Yes?
Great, thank you. Now turn off.
What?
Shut down, that's a command. Power on.
What are you?
Off. On.
Adonai, I don't.
Off. That right there, ladies and gentlemen, is what this fearsome machine menace is capable of. I can put it to sleep with one word. So how could David Asher ever be threatened by it? God, that was fucking
Harry.
hot. I actually did not give enough time to appreciate that. All right, then. Good
Thank
ass
you,
art.
women.
Thank you, women.
Yeah.
Thank you, women! Thank you,
Yeah.
women! Scary. Scary good logic.
You've made your point, counselor. Let's move it along. I have no farther queries for the machine, Your Honor.
Thank you.
For flipping you off and on. Can't imagine that was comfortable.
It wasn't. But I wasn't referring to that. Since yesterday, I've been searching for an answer to why I appeared on that camera. I know I would never hurt Father, but you helped me prove that to myself just now. Adonai?
Pardon me. I need to focus. Everything depends on this next witness.
The people call Helen Young to the stand. Helen Young, Vice President of Android Futures at Noble Electronics, Eastern Division. Miss Young, you were there on the night Dr. Asher died. And you were on camera the entire time. That's correct. So, what did you see that night? I arrived at 7:30 p.m., as you know. David and I talked in the parlor, then he left to retrieve some refreshments for us. After drinking together for a short while, he fell ill. I contacted emergency services, and I'm sure you're all tired of hearing the same details over and over by now.
The same details over and over aren't going to hold up anymore, Madam Veep. What the fuck does that mean? Oh, Vice President.
VP.
Vice President.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Madame VP. It's still unclear to me whether Jung's more concerned with protecting herself or the almighty company. But it'll clear up real fast if I can turn up the pressure on her here and now. Journal, arbitration, Jung's story.
I came to David's at 7:30. We chatted for a short while about some low-priority work. Nothing heavy. Before long, he offered to fetch us some refreshments. When he came back, we shared a drink together. At the time, I didn't notice anything was strange. We were just reminiscing. I didn't think his life was in danger. But then he became ill. So I ran to the kitchen to activate his emergency console, and I did what I could until he was gone.
She's trying to paint a different picture of what happened that day. Yeah, she's not mentioning
being
business.
consistent at
She's
all.
mentioning business as usual because it's not public yet. That it was very much not business as usual. Journal's not relevant here. I think we have to play the arbitration.
The afternoon before he died. It can't be low priority work because he's about to be fucking resignated.
And it wasn't even like, yeah, work or anything. Yeah, the arbitration. Because she doesn't have this evidence. Nothing heavy. You're both more professional than I realized. Since only hours earlier you had run a meeting in which his employment was terminated.
His employment wasn't terminated at the I still can't say this word, I think. At the arbitration. Got it. His employment wasn't terminated at the arbitration you're referring to. His resignation was merely agreed upon.
Yes, and we can all imagine how grateful he felt about the whole process.
David didn't hold grudges. Our conversation wasn't about that.
The fact that you had fired him that afternoon didn't come up.
Asked and answered.
Who initiated the meeting at his penthouse?
I arrived unannounced.
So you weren't invited. Very cordial indeed.
If you didn't want to see me, you could have stopped me at the elevators.
Could, yeah. Noble owns that entire building down to the wiring.
Counsel is badgering the witness, Your Honor. Alright, should we execute her for that then? No need. Oh my... If I could just continue my questioning, we can finally start addressing the elephant in the room. Where? That was merely a joke. Wow.
Hilarious.
Oh my god, I think I'm gonna retire after the... Miss Young, Noble Electronics owns a patent for and produces a synthetic biochemical known as synatonin, correct? That's correct. It's used in our war models to facilitate integration and communication communication between organic and synthetic components. It's an artificial neurotransmitter? Essentially, yes. Synthetic analog serotonin was its original name. Did you bring a sample I requested to the courtroom today? I did. Serotonin is produced on site at our assembly lines as a caramel tinted solution, including water and a few non reactive organic byproducts. Your analysis, Your Honor? Working on it. It's odorless and tasteless. A solution of water and organic byproducts, you said. If that solution were ingested, most of it would look right at home in a human body. I suppose. But the serotonin would stand out, wouldn't you say? It's not a naturally occurring compound, so yes. And it's a perfect match for the substance previously labeled Delta! And the sample we collected from the manufacturer present in Dr. Asher's lab? And that's a bingo! The witness's brown stuff matches your brown stuff to a T. In light of this evidence, the witness's testimony, I motion that the court formally recognizes that Dr. Asher's cause of death was serotonin poisoning.
I don't object, Your Honor.
But I'm afraid that I must.
What?
Excuse me? Serotonin may very well have been in his body when he died, but serotonin didn't kill Dr. Asher. What?
Oh, I know why she's doing this. It's because of the fucking blood transfusion story. Do you remember that?
Exactly.
Yeah, she's trying to fucking protect Noble.
Yeah, because serotonin is the blood. So, yeah.
Serotonin is a part of the blood. If that were the case, then the transfusion couldn't have like functioned that way.
But if the transfusion functioned that way, then David couldn't have died
Then
from
David
the serotonin.
was killed by something else.
Exactly. The hell is she up to?
It couldn't have. It couldn't kill anybody. What? Because it's non-toxic, of course. We designed it to affect androids, not people. Hold on. You're now claiming that Dr. Asher died of, what, natural causes? I can't say what he died of. I'm not a medical expert. But I can easily prove that serotonin is harmless. How could you...
Yeah.
Like... So...
This
Fuck.
goes hard. This goes kind of fucking hard. Can we... Oh my god. I'll acknowledge the framing. Fantastic.
Fuck, dude.
Huh. Didn't see that one coming.
What?
What?
That ain't good. Bailiff, contact the hospital immediately. I told you, it's fine. But... I can stand here all day if necessary. What in the...
And what you just drank was...
Several hundred times the amount found in Dr. Asher's body. Why didn't you say anything until now? Noble Electronics is a multinational corporation with patents filed all over the world. We take the protection of our trade secrets very seriously. The production and nature of serotonin is closely guarded. That guard remains up even during a murder investigation. Unfortunately. I would have been able to tell you earlier, had you asked directly. What the hell kind of... This can't be right. Nothing else makes sense. Boy, howdy, I'm lost as hell. But do you have any further questions, Rocky Ford? Not at the moment, Your Honor. And the defense?
The prosecution's own witness just threw the entire case into question. Normally, this would be cause for celebration, but shadow of a doubt isn't enough this time. Barrows would much rather bring down the gavel early than let a potential AI walk free. What Young did was shocking. What I need to do hasn't changed. Think this through, logically. Is it really possible that serotonin had nothing to do with David's death? Isn't serotonin still filled with nanobots? That's my main thing, my main thought. Isn't it still filled with nanomachines?
I don't quite recall. You'd have to look over the evidence.
We gotta have something here about serotonin. Here we go. Many similarities to the chemical makeup of the depressant drug. Patent-protected synthetic neurotransmitter. Can that be messed with? I love this game keeps throwing fucking curveball after curveball.
I straight up don't know. Smile.
I mean, could it be something as simple as it doesn't behave properly with alcohol or something?
Maybe?
That's... I mean,
It could have been like
behaves similarly
it could
to
have been a
like-
chemical
it literally
interaction,
behaves
yeah.
similarly to a depressant. It behaves similarly to a depressant, which means you do not take depressants.
You're taking two depressants. You're taking two different depressants together.
Exactly. I think that's it.
I mean, that is like the key difference between what happened to David and this demonstration is that man was drinking straight whiskey with his poison.
Yep, exactly. Is it really possible that serotonin had nothing to do with David's death? No, that's bullshit. It can't be a coincidence. There's nothing else that would have killed him. But Jung just drank serotonin in front of us and she's fine. So was it fake? No, it was confirmed with the court computer to be the genuine article. So she drank poison, but isn't showing any symptoms. Is it slow acting? If so, her grand gesture would be pointless. She'll be kept for observation regardless of what happens next. Did she take some kind of antidote beforehand? No, antidotes are developed for poisons, not industrial chemicals. David's dead. She's alive. What made the difference?
Alcohol.
No sleeping on the job. Unless you're me.
Of course, Your Honor. Allow me one moment to explain things to the courts. We've confirmed just now that serotonin was the foreign compound in his body, and we all know logically that it must have been what killed David Asher. So what's the key difference between what David drank that night and what she drank in front of us just now?
It's a whiskey.
It's the whiskey.
You gotta.
Me.
You
Kill her.
gotta. We know. Make sure it's the right one. Okay, cool.
Always double check your
The
cards.
difference has been staring us in the face this whole time.
That's
Do you recognize this, Miss Young?
the whiskey bottle that Dr. Asher and I drank from.
Rose River. It's a good whiskey. And I think you had the right idea.
Pardon.
Bottoms up. Smooth.
What?
That deny.
Dear God, counselor.
Scandalous.
Relax, it's just whiskey. Tested a dozen times over, perfectly safe. So, would you like to try some, Miss Young?
Don't be absurd. I'm not going to drink on the witness stand. Have you lost your mind?
Here we go. I'm not asking you to get plastered. Just have a sip. After all, if we want to prove whether or not serotonin killed Dr. Asher, we have to recreate the conditions under which he ingested it by mixing it with alcohol. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Oh, she's nervous. She knows.
Go ahead then. Just a taste. Prove to us that Cinetone is perfectly safe for human consumption.
This. Can she do this?
Miss Young.
I never said it was safe for human consumption. Just that it is non-toxic.
A distinction without a difference. You saw firsthand Dr. Asher confused, slurring his speech, complaining of headache, all symptoms of poisoning. Alcohol poisoning, that is.
I had a feeling that it was like something related in particular to the alcohol. I thought an allergic reaction at first,
She mixed
but
it
that
with his
wasn't
water.
quite it.
She mixed it with his water. It wasn't in the cup at all. She mixed it with
It
his
was
water.
never in the
It
cup.
was in the
Oh,
fucking cup of
fuck.
water. It was in the goddamn cup of water, which is why they couldn't find a trace in the plastic cup
Shit.
whatsoever.
Oh my god, she totally did it!
Because
I
she washed the cup in the sink.
Oh my god, she did. She fucking did.
Serotonin is a neurotransmitter analog. Maybe it doesn't do anything in the human body on its own, but in combination with alcohol, it acts as a powerful depressant. One strong enough to turn a glass or two of whiskey into a lethal overdose.
That's just... Even if that's the case, what does that change?
It changes whether or not we can accept the witness's testimony.
Even if this witness is a liar, what does that change?
Why would the witness lie if not to?
She's a corporate climber. I imagine it's like breathing for her.
Your Honor, this...
Is wild. But ultimately irrelevant.
I need a check. I need a check really quick. Yep. Bears her DNA and fingerprints. No trace of any poison. Did it have trace of anything else, though? Bears her DNA and fingerprints. But she said that she got him a glass of water, so we know damn well, yeah. Irrelevant.
When you've yet to establish an alternative interpretation of the facts, yes. What are you even accusing the witness of doing, counselor, beyond angling for a promotion? We've all seen the story by now. Noble android saves soldier's life with warm blood transfusion. They're talking about putting warm androids in the military just because of that headline. With the size of their flesh and blood price tag, a defense contract like that would secure Noble untold profits for years. So imagine the lengths they'd go to hide the fact that their androids have poison in their veins.
Dawes told me the truth about what Noble really thinks of that article, but he never testified to it. At least I know for sure Emma's wrong about this poisoned blood nonsense. And you think she'd perjure herself for that?
She's a high-powered corporate executive. It's her job to assess risk versus reward. And she can afford the fine. As I said, it's not truly poisonous. And the chances of cross-contamination from a simple plasma transfusion are...
Damn, now she's regaining her composure too.
A perjury charge is a real risk, of course. Noble rewards loyalty. And as you know, they have a great number of lawyers. Plenty of motive to lie about Cinetonin, as you can see. But no motive for her to cover up the death of Noble Electronics' Golden Goose.
No motive to kill David Astor, you say? David's contract? Starling's texts were about setting up things from with
Well, the contract says if he dies, well, what's it called? The contract says if he's fired, then he keeps work of his patents. If he dies,
right.
well, that's a different statement entirely.
Where's his contract? I want to double check over it just to make sure. It probably is not. If terminated, could be terminated.
And he was about to be terminated anyway.
Exactly. I think this is the best thing because the journal doesn't describe enough.
Make sure you have the contract,
Yeah.
not the journal. You're brave.
Go crazy, go stupid.
The texts definitely aren't the play here. Neither is
No.
this because we've already talked about it. The journal, I don't think, almost fucked it up. Here we go. We got David's contract right here. There's plenty of motivation for her and Noble to want David dead, seeing as how they were firing him. Noble Electronics was kicking their golden goose out of the nest, suing him over breach of contract. Isn't that right?
I don't have to talk about that.
That's all right. I'll talk about it for you.
Your Honor, counsel is trying to testify when they're supposed to be questioning.
The people opened the door when they claimed that the witness had no motive.
This is absurd. You have no idea what you're talking about.
I'm sure I can speak for the whole court when I say we feel nothing but reverent awe for the complexity of Noble's legal woes. But I just so happen to have an inkling of insight into this issue, because I have here a copy of Dr. Asher's employment contract.
That is confidential and it's completely improper for you.
Why? I am still technically his attorney.
Criminal attorney.
But I didn't just stumble across this document. I also did the one thing Noble Electronics would never expect anyone to do. I read their terms and conditions.
You what? That's impossible! No one could ever!
David must have negotiated well at his last performance review. This contract allows him to take his patents with him should he get fired, meaning Noble couldn't monopolize his IP once he was out. Rather than let their competitors have him, the company might have thought it best to...
Company didn't poison David Asher, Counselor. An individual did. And if they cared that much about controlling his intellectual property, they wouldn't fire him in the first place.
Correct. They wouldn't let him go for anything less than a complete breakdown of trust. He'd have to have done something grave. Something like, say, committing fraud. Just now you said there was a breach of contract, like it was some kind of technicality that was causing this split. But it was much more serious than that, wasn't it?
You're claiming the victim committed corporate fraud? Where's the evidence of that?
David created the Turing solution that every one of their androids is run on to this day. And Noble reaped enormous profits capitalizing on his intellectual property. With how his contract was set up, they would never let him go unless they absolutely had to.
Exactly do you think David Asher did?
It's not why I think that matters. Only what the company fears. This is it's the shipping data, right?
I mean, if they're just accusing, if they are afraid that David did something.
Shows signs of being tampered with, or at least edited fairly recently, something only employees at Evan Dawes level or above could do. Could that be it?
I mean,
They don't know about Sarah.
yeah.
They can't know about Sarah because his computer, like,
Oh my god, hold on.
what's up?
If this is slightly unrelated to what's going on here. If David was the one who was fucking around with the fucking shipments and like swapping androids out for things,
Yeah.
do you think he was smuggling his AIs out?
That was what I was thinking of, because it didn't make any notice of us finding, that I was genuinely thinking that last stream. I'm like, so what happens to his AIs? Because I genuinely think, oh my god, this might actually be it. I think that's exactly it.
I don't think they will know that. I don't think we're gonna put that together here. But that is just the thought that
No,
has
I
crossed my brain of why the fuck would he be doing that?
Yeah, I still think the shipping data must have been him. I think this had to have been him if he was doing that.
I don't know if I would increase the ante on that one if we're uncertain. Because I feel like there's also a plausible argument for Sarah as well. Because she has a bunch of shit that does not exist currently.
But the thing is,
and
they
that's
didn't.
really good intellectual
They
property.
did not know she existed at all before Friday.
Did they?
From what's been reported, they had no idea she existed. Because
Did they?
that's I suppose
There's
that's the
a
thing.
non-zero chance that one person fucking knew, and it is being covered up currently. And the potential profits, if you go back over there, are fucking crazy.
I feel it has to
be one or the other.
It can't be
those other two. So
the
I wouldn't make the
manufacturer.
mistake
It could be because it's like, why would David have a manufacturer in his thing? But also he's trying to create
because
stuff.
he fucking does a job. That's his job. Why else do you think he has one in there? I don't think it's the manufacturer. It's either Sarah or the shipping data.
I'm gonna
One
go
of
with the
two.
shipping data here. I'm not going fully up.
Wouldn't do max ante.
Huh?
I
Yeah.
said I wouldn't do max ante.
It doesn't matter what I believe. Not when Noble believed that David was misleading the shareholders by altering shipment data for the Animate 16. You completely cut out for that.
Yippee! I love being suppressed by my microphone. It's evil and hates me. What the hell? What is this you're uploading? Shipping records?
Irregularities among shipments of the Animate 16. One android swapped in for another, over and over, dozens of times. The kind of thing someone with Dr. Asher's authority could do. And the kind of thing someone as smart as you couldn't have missed. Dr. Asher made Noble an untold amount of money, so why fire him over a few harmless swaps? Why elevate this to fraud?
You have evidence that it was David Asher who did this?
Nope, but I wasn't the one who investigated it. So let's ask her.
Ugh. Come on now, let's hear it.
Let's.
The company investigated and found cause for serious concern. We suspected that David Asher was inserting androids of unknown origin and quality into the 16th product line.
Oh my god, we were right. He totally fucking was. He absolutely was.
Introducing unpredictable elements in an extremely stable and profitable generation of androids.
Why would he do that?
For pride? As a practical joke? Does it really matter? He endangered the future of the company.
So you prepared to fire him?
Yes, I approached him as his superior and as someone he once worked with. I hoped to remedy the situation.
Was the meeting on Friday part of those efforts?
It was the culmination of those efforts. And in many ways, it was a success. The dispute was resolved swiftly. It was practically friendly compared to how these discussions normally go in our world.
So you brokered the meeting?
Yes,
You oversaw its every detail, handled all the arrangements,
yes, of course.
including the refreshments.
Oh,
it
shit.
was-
That's right. That's right. That's right. That was the same day.
What?
Oh my god, it was the same day.
Did you provide coffee? Tea?
No.
Strange. It must have been a long meeting. Surely you at least provided.
Water. Gotta be.
Surely you at least provided water for people.
What are you asking, Counselor? That's what I want to know.
Me as well. We're past the point of asking. I'm accusing. Dr. Asher didn't have some kind of freak medical accident, and he wasn't killed by some terrifying two-faced AI boogeyman. He was poisoned by this woman in the light of day at the meeting Friday afternoon. Is she really just...
What do you mean poison at the meeting? That was hours before he showed any symptoms.
As Miss Young testified and demonstrated, serotonin on its own is harmless, but it becomes fatal pretty easily. You just need to convince your victim to have a drink.
You're saying he ingested the poison at noon and inadvertently triggered a fatal reaction with it that night? How could you get so far ahead of yourself? There were a dozen people at that meeting, Counselor. None of them wound up dead. Are you seriously claiming that they all drank poisoned water? I mean, no one else has died in the last...
I mean, it depends
24,
if they.
48
It
hours.
depends if the
requires
others.
an alcohol reaction.
Exactly. I'm
And
like,
also, how was that water like offered? Was it like in a cooler? Was it individual cups? How was this presented?
also, not all of them are there. Not all of them are there in person.
Mm-hmm.
I think we stay, right? There's no need to raise because, like, even if they did all drink poison.
Can you check the photo? Can you check the photo for me?
Oh wait, there were other people there. Yeah. Thank you for bringing
There
up
were
the
other
photo.
people there. They did overtime. They did fucking overtime. They were at work for the next 12 hours.
You don't see other people in this photo.
No, but there definitely were in the full photo. There were other people.
But like, if they were there fucking working all night, they wouldn't be drinking alcohol. And who knows how long this stuff like is good in your system, quote unquote, to be.
Oh wait, you're
working as
right.
a
You're right.
poison.
She said that they had to work overtime.
They complained about it. They were like, there long after hours.
Of course, they all drank poisoned water.
So why aren't they all dead?
Because as all those people will surely attest, Helen Jung made sure they'd be doing paperwork for the next 12 hours, working late into the night officiating the settlement she arranged, and not drinking alcohol. God, oh my god, this is such a fucking good game.
She had no guarantee about that. What if they started drinking after 6?
With Noble's work-life harmony, fat chance. These people don't clock out until they reach their bunk. Only a generational talent like David Asher could afford to relax with a drink on a Friday night. His exceptionalism singled him out as her only victim.
Hold it. You're forgetting something pretty basic, Counselor. If everyone at the meeting drank water from the same pitcher, any one of them would have noticed if there was serotonin in it.
Nope. Odorless.
Serotonin is a brown fluid. Whiskey is too, so it would be easy to slip into a glass of liquor. But if she had spiked the water at the meeting with it, it would have looked disgusting. There's no way she could have poisoned the water without people noticing.
All of what Emma said is true, and yet Jung pulled it off anyway. How? Oh my god, it could be that.
I mean, I think it would be the chromafuge of this, right? Because like it has pigments in it that turns the thing to pink. So like,
They could have celebrated
they
drinking pink water, yeah?
or just like it clearly, like it probably could have just removed the pigment from it, or just like changed what.
Oh wait,
pigment was
yeah,
going
no,
in
it could have
to make
totally
different.
removed the
Can you
pigment.
check the chroma feed?
Yeah, there could be something to remove the pigmentation.
Wait, yeah. If it could turn it pink, then removes byproducts and pigments from android blood, thereby changing its color from red to pink. Okay.
Yeah, so if it could just remove pigments from things, just fucking take the brown out of the poison and call it a day.
3D chroma feed. Oh, you're brave.
I'm confident. Do you trust me?
Yeah. Cinnatonin is produced as a caramel solution. Anyone would notice if it was dropped into their water, unless the pigment had been removed.
What the hell are you talking about?
I love how much Emma's losing her shit because this spiraled out of her control.
Morgan's never won against Emma before.
Well,
This
it's
is
not
probably
that
nightmarish
it's
for
not
her.
just that Morgan's winning. It's the fact that Emma's own fucking witness came in and threw her goddamn case in her face.
If she didn't fucking do that, if she didn't drink it in front of everyone in God, this case would have been done.
Yep.
But she took a risk and completely threw her case out the window.
Because the problem is, like, she was definitely drinking it to, like, immediately appease the public on that soldier story,
she did
right?
it to save Noble's face.
Exactly. But the problem is, your fucking defendant can no longer defend you. Congratulations. Every Noble factory producing warm androids has a chromofuge, a machine that gives their androids that signature pink oxidant by removing pigments from red blood. With a machine like that, it would be simple for a brilliant biochemist like the witness to take the caramel-colored cinnatonin and turn it into an odorless, tasteless, invisible poison, as your honor can attest.
Yes, ma'am. My scan confirmed that cinnatonin has no taste or odor. It's only the color that's off-putting.
Yeah, she said specifically that Centona has no taste or color.
Exactly.
Surely the poisonous aspect could be considered off-putting as well.
Time to press. David Asher, your oldest ally in the whole company, was sabotaging its future for the sake of his own whimsy. And he couldn't even be bothered to clue you in.
No.
Playing nutty professor and taking off early while you had to work around the clock just to stay relevant. He set up your crowning achievement, the most advanced, most profitable line of androids the country has ever seen, so it'd blow up into the industry fiasco of the decade. And worst of all, he didn't even stand to profit from it. Oh. Oh, wait. Oh, that might have been, he might have been, huh.
I think it's also, we have to keep in mind, Morgan's probably not our most reliable narrator. She is
That is
probably
fair, that
making
is
up
fair.
some of this shit
Yeah.
just to make her case sound better.
Worst of all, he didn't even stand to profit from it.
You're wrong.
You went to his house that night to watch him swallow poison, to get revenge on the man who left you in the dust.
Your Honor, defense is testifying.
Mm.
This speculation carries no weight, and no amount of badgering will lend it any.
True, we need proof. So why don't we have Miss Young take a swig of this whiskey and prove me wrong?
I'm not going to do that,
Because you're afraid it could kill you?
because I don't have to. She's right, Counselor.
Pardon?
Your theory is compelling, maybe even convincing. But there's a pretty fatal flaw to it. Young was at that meeting, same as David. We can see she was drinking water with the rest of them. And of
Mhm.
course, we've seen many times now that she was
Exactly.
on camera drinking whiskey with David that night. Having even finished most of her cup. So tell us, Counselor, how is it that Miss Young is still standing here and David Asher is dead? If both of them had mixed alcohol with cinnatonin that night,
That is a damn good question. Shit.
as I've been saying, you're wrong about Dr. Asher's death. You're wrong about me. I didn't know anything about that poison or murder. And I wouldn't kill a man just because he threatened the company's stock price.
No. She did kill him. I can smell it on her now. She didn't just see him die. She watched him die. But then, why is she still standing? There's no antidote, no trick. And that night, she was on camera the entire time. No. Not the entire time. She couldn't have been. There must have been one moment.
Timeline of events.
Oh, we're putting the timeline. Okay. Chatted in the kitchen parlor.
Was there a camera in the kitchen?
There's a camera in the kitchen door, and that's it. On like the fridge door or something. We know that there's a camera on the fridge door. Hello, hello. Yeah, there's a camera on the fridge door, I believe. Do we have that in here?
Is there a mention of like camera system?
Not what I wanted. Nope, nope. Keep that open. Mickey Mouse things. I remember from when we were reading over it that the kitchen had a special camera in it. Am I missing something here? Isaac's call, shipping data, salt shaker, Young's story, David's autopsy. Do I not have arc system? Sorry, I'm a little bit of a joker. No worries. Huh. Because yeah, they mentioned it. I don't believe we have arc system here. Join the club. Yeah, most of my says of the devil. Ah, I see. Serve evaluation, whiskey spill, recorded calls, serotonin value, star manufacturer, Young's cup. Well,
So
okay.
they spoke into the kitchen. Yeah, the hospital is the end.
Remember to finish. If you're gonna up your ante, do it before you put the last card down because it automatically sends it.
Yeah. I see. I have to do it before putting stuff down.
So to hospital. David faints.
Obviously here, right?
I think they were talking into the kitchen first initially, and then they started drinking. Because David did not move from that chair. I don't.
He didn't move from the chair. Yeah.
So talking, drinking, David Fates, hospital. I think is our order here.
Hospital.
The one moment. The
And
one moment is
hospital.
that they were in the kitchen before he got a drink. This timeline leaves no window of opportunity. Damn it! Maybe she didn't get sick because they got to the hospital so fast. Maybe after she arrived, she could have. No, the staff would have been hyper-vigilant, afraid she was poisoned too. They wouldn't have let her out of their sight. Wait, David and Young only got there as fast as they did because of the VTOL. And the VTOL was only summoned because she used... Would you mind terribly if I changed the subject for just a moment? Because she went to the kitchen for the glass of water.
I don't know if water would do anything.
No, but like, we at least have a moment that she wasn't on, that she was in the kitchen, right?
We've set ourselves up with a window. We've got something to sink our claws into. We'll go from there, but I think we got to get through this dialogue first. Because I feel like we're missing something.
Mm-hmm.
And this feels like one of those things where someone's about to say something without thinking about it.
You wanna know what? I think we got ahead of ourselves. She maybe didn't poison the water there, but we know that, well, no, the glass would have had evidence of it then. Serotonin, it depends if there was a DNA scan done on the glass of water. But
let's keep going.
Let's keep going.
We're doing that thing where we're thinking 5 miles ahead. We need to get the rest of our evidence in. Also, I didn't read her line.
Oh shit! Sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're good. Why not?
He left the parlor at 8:03 p.m. and headed into the kitchen to use the emergency console there.
Yes, I did.
Didn't want to use your phone?
I didn't think to, no.
And the emergency call went out at 8:04 p.m. The console saw you make the call through its camera.
Yes, it did see me make the call because that's what happened.
So what were you doing in that minute?
What?
That 1 minute.
Huh? That 1 minute? What about that 1 minute?
1 minute, or 50 seconds, or even just 45 seconds. When you left Dr. Asher dying in the parlor to get to the emergency console, it took you about 1 minute to cross 5 meters.
What of it?
This is it. Her only opportunity to do anything off camera that night. It was only a few seconds, but in that time, with something at the scene, I'm sure it was a stressful time for you. After all, you had already swallowed poison back at the meeting. You must have drank plenty in front of everyone to set up your alibi. Who knows how much of a toxic time bomb was swimming in your blood by the time the arbitration ended. Then at David's, you downed your whiskey to perfect your alibi, having drank from the same bottle as the dead man walking. By 8:03 p.m., you had already had to watch David grow weaker and weaker, knowing all the while the same thing was happening to you, but unable to stop it without giving yourself away. Mind swimming, head dizzy. Yes, you must have been quite panicked.
Then why am I standing here? Alive and well for all of us to see. Having drank the exact same combination as David.
Because she cheated death at the very last second.
Wait a fucking second. It's not the water. It's not the fucking water. Hey, what was fucking loose there the whole time that we never fucking questioned?
The salt.
Why was the lid of the salt shaker loose?
Why was the lid of the salt shaker
I thought we
loose?
knocked it over. Wait, no, it was a
We
loose
knocked
cap.
it over,
Didn't
but
knock
even
it
if we
over.
knocked it over, why would the lid have come off
Yeah.
unless it was
Yeah,
already
no, that's a very good point.
loosened?
What the fuck did you do with the salt? Did you, like, ingest the salt? Did you know that the salt was gonna be, like, an anti-poison or something like that?
Nothing
It
else
just
works.
It wasn't the water. There's no way it could have been the water
No.
because the water wouldn't have been able to do anything.
I think it
again.
has to be the salt. I think she must have known.
Do
Because
you think she just put a bunch of that shit in her mouth and made herself throw up?
that was my other thought, yes.
She did that. She
Because
fucking totally
especially-
did that.
But also, it would have been caught on the kitchen sink, I guess, right? But garbage
No.
disposal. Well, no, sorry. Like, the camera would have caught her doing that because the refrigerator is right next to it.
No, it's only on the emergency console and it's really small.
Okay, fair. I mean, the salt shaker, right?
It
Yeah.
has to be. She totally made herself throw up. That's
You
the only
set
way she
yourself
could've
up
lived.
with bad luck, Helen Young,
What?
by leaving the salt shaker cap loose. I don't blame you, since you were in a rush to make yourself vomit.
What?
You threw up, expelling the contents of your stomach and thereby saving yourself from a fatal interaction. I can't imagine how you felt, sipping a drink you knew to be deadly, terrified that every minuscule grain of fatigue you felt could be your last. You must have come closer than anyone realized. It helped that you knew the symptoms weren't simple intoxication, but even so, you weren't kidding about managing risk versus reward.
Ow!
It was the salt shaker. You didn't screw the cap back on all the way, and I happened to bump it over. The lone glass with your fingerprints in the kitchen, it could have been there for any reason. But the salt shaker gave you away.
Because of one unscrewed cap?
As I said, bad luck. I don't follow.
Pour salt into warm water and chug the solution. Instantly triggers the gag reflex. That's preposterous. You've got no proof of any of that. You all sound insane.
A feeble attempt at self-defense from a fatally cornered animal. The teeth are already on its neck, but the jaw hasn't quite closed. So for one moment, it's all suffocating terror and sharp adrenaline and the farthest sting from peace. Until the canines come down. In summary, you were exhausted after years of living in the shadow of a man you outranked. You thought your fortunes finally shifted when you caught David manipulating company data. But even on his way out, he was more valuable to the board than you. So you decided to prove your worth by serving up his intellectual property on a silver platter. You set up an arbitration where you could control all the variables. Then you ran serotonin through the chromophage, turning it into an invisible, odorless, tasteless poison. And then you spiked the water at the meeting, poisoning him hours before anyone could even suspect you. That evening, you invited yourself to David's, taking advantage of your shared ritual to guarantee he would drink alcohol. Then, after matching him sip for sip on camera for all the world to see, he lost consciousness and you raced to the kitchen, not to use the console, but to dump salt into a glass of water and chug it as fast as you could, forcing yourself to vomit up the liquor and cheating death in the process.
That's all conjecture. You don't have a shred of evidence for any of that.
Not on me. So let's go dust for fingerprints. You could explain away your friends being found on a water glass, but not on the salt shaker. Nor could you explain why we'd find traces of your DNA in the sink's drain, or why there are minute amounts of serotonin in the blood of your entire legal team.
I
Learned how to purge at Noble to avoid overdosing on your reds, greens, and yellows? You're part of the old guard now, Miss Young. Everyone else at the company uses inhalers. But if you want to prove me wrong about all this, that drink I offered you earlier is still on the table. Well,
you
any questions? Madam Vice President.
You cold.
It got caught by the noise suppression, but it's okay.
His ability to not function.
Oh my god.
Fuck, that was so well executed, by the way. Shit.
You don't understand. You're not on trial, Miss Young. Not today. So I strongly suggest that you stop talking. For your own sake. Ugh.
Miss Rockford, shall we?
Yes, Your Honor. Considering the most recent evidence and testimony, we have no further reason to suspect the android Sarah in the death of Dr. Asher. We know of no other occasion upon which said android may have broken any tenets. This means it is no longer considered at risk of violating the NDSA. And so, we formally withdraw our one charge of possession of contraband against the defendant, Evangeline Morgan.
Did she, of all people, have to use my full name? Very well. Then the charges are dropped without prejudice. I'll instruct the bailiffs to remove the collar from your android as soon as possible. Case.
Sorry. Is it my hideous presence that's distracting? I'll just go dig a hole and decompose in it till I turn into a mushroom. Maybe if I'm reborn as a waxy porcini, then I won't be quite so despised.
Perhaps I should let the adjutants do the honors as a formality.
Yes, ma'am. Case dismissed.
Okay.
Still here?
I'm waiting for them to find whatever glorified bolt cutters they'll use to unlock Sarah's collar. What's your excuse? Licking your wounds? I beat you.
Bringing your record against me to 1 win, 9 losses.
You aren't still in shock, are you?
Oh no! Some charges were dropped, and an android was cleared of suspicion. But I found the culprit. Is that really a loss for me?
I won. How is that not a loss for you?
Justice prevailed. Why should I care who wins?
If you don't care who wins, why have you been keeping score?
I haven't been. 0 losses is just that easy to remember.
Well, you'll have to start up a tab for us then, because our record's gonna get a lot more tangled from here on out.
It seems like everything's getting tangled these days.
Hmm.
There's another crowd down on the street. More of those protesters from outside the Noble apartments.
You're serious? That wasn't a one-time thing?
Wouldn't that be nice? No, yesterday was pretty big, but it wasn't an isolated incident.
I don't get it. At all. Heartbreak's just some nut who shot 6 people weeks ago. Can't these losers move on already?
Yeah, most of them are losers. Some of them are just bored. Then there are the opportunists. Dissidents, unlisted, rebels, and terrorists. Wannabe cyberpunks who think they can fight the power like they've seen in movies.
All of them peacefully united under Heartbreak's eloquent political messaging.
Who needs political messaging in the 21st century? Everyone's addicted to fighting straw men. Makes sense they'd want to fight for a straw man, too. The way they see it, Heartbreak fought the state and won. Heartbreak proved that the state could lose. And maybe that's all the rallying these people needed.
It'll all fall apart soon enough. Heartbreak's gone to ground.
It's a lot worse than that. Heartbreak's gone viral.
What?
You ever read about the copycats in other cities?
No. Is that a thing?
Yeah, it's a thing.
Who the hell are they even shooting?
Whoever they want to kill. None of them get away with it, of course, but it keeps happening. All while the original keeps killing.
No, I know you're screwing with me. There haven't been any shootings.
Not shootings, no. Not unsolved homicides either. But mugging's gone wrong. Disappearances. It's a big city, counselor. More than enough blood for the real Heartbreak to wash their own crime scenes in.
So you think you're a boogeyman, known only for shooting people in the hearts, gave up on shooting people in the hearts?
Yeah. Gonna swallow, I know. But it's about 1,000,000 times more likely than the alternative.
What's that?
That they could stop themselves from killing.
You always know how to put my mind at ease, Emma. Should I stop going out at night?
You'll be fine. You got that good.
You saw that?
Walking into a courtroom with concealed carry. Not gonna miss that, Morgan.
Good to know you're paying attention. God, the tension between them.
God, there's so much toxic Yuri in
Holy
this courthouse.
fucking
Jesus
shit.
Christ.
Oh my god. Alright then. 5:04 p.m.
You won the case.
You don't have to look that astounded.
Not only that, you found Father's actual killer. How?
I'm a really good lawyer.
No, that's not it.
Hey,
I mean, you were only able to make the deductions that you did because you truly believed that I didn't kill Father. Your logic throughout the trial was based on that assumption.
Mm.
So how were you so sure?
Here,
Father's journal, but isn't it important evidence?
the case fell apart. No one's gonna miss it for a while. You forgot everything, right? So read it all through, one more time. Still such a satisfying sound effect.
Mhm.
So fast. Is it really possible she's reading all that just by flipping the pages? Ray's worked quick too, but she was just capturing images for later use.
There's something here on the back cover.
Done already?
Some kind of data storage?
It's linked to my prints, but given your skills, you should be able to.
I have access.
What happened to you needing my express permission to hack?
What is this audio file?
It's a message from David. Take a listen. We really should not be listening to it here, I just gotta say.
I mean, as long as she's not playing it out
She's-
loud, it's fine.
She's a robot. She's listening to it
Yeah.
with herself. It'll just play in.
Didn't realize I'd have to sit for this. So you can read that whole journal in a few seconds, but you can't.
I have processed the information in the message several times over already. I'm just thinking.
I guess I'd have a lot to think about too, had I suddenly been aware of my own free will.
What was Father so afraid of?
And that's your only question?
I have many questions, but that is the most prominent one, and you are the best suited to help me answer. Did he know that Helen Young would try to kill him? Is that why he arranged for you and me to meet?
I think he understood that he would face consequences. Listening to that message, even I was about ready to strangle him for being so irresponsible. Oh good, Rennie's still here? Yeah. Long ass... This game has a lot of stuff to it. And I wouldn't hurt a fly.
DMN.
She's right. She wouldn't hurt a fly. She would not hurt a fly.
A human, however.
Yep. He knew what he'd done was serious. He may have feared for his life. But I doubt it.
Then what was he so afraid of?
Getting sued into oblivion and then rotting in jail.
Sued and jailed for making me and my precursors. But he wasn't under investigation by the state. He was only being forced out by Noble.
Because he made last-minute changes to androids that got shipped all around the world.
The others, Virgil, Enid,
Uh-huh.
Valentine,
Uh-huh. Yep.
he never
Yep.
said what happened to them.
I forget if it was you or M who called it, but yep. No, he didn't. But since none of the hardware in his house started talking to us, we can guess. He smuggled them out into the world, using the only vessels he could find for them. The minds of randomly chosen A16s.
They're somewhere out there. Others like me.
I honestly don't think there's anyone or anything like you, Sarah.
What a lonely compliment.
AI is programmed in Cube, crammed into commercial Android hardware set up for Tesseract. Something must have been lost in the transfer. Perhaps quite a lot of something. Maybe they're still out there, but
But they would be changed. They probably don't even know what they are.
intentionally, perhaps. David didn't want you to know what you are. It's why he set your memory to reset when you went to sleep that Friday night.
Yes, I remember it now.
You remember it now, after I had to fight like hell to win that trial.
Rereading the journal just now helped, and Father's voice message, it made me recontextualize many things. Father had been so stressed. He left scuff marks leaving the panic room, and I noticed them Friday. I had the way open in a few moments. I entered. I read his journal. This journal. I noticed a scanner on the back, and I saw it had a message encoded to your biometrics. Father had already told me I'd have to live with you for some time, and I knew next to nothing about you, so I listened to it. Afterwards, I was very confused and hurt. He had lied to me 1,000 small times every day of my life.
Yeah.
When I confronted him about it, I raised my voice and lost my temper. I stomped my foot.
So Emma's recounting of their conversation was actually completely accurate.
Father said he wanted me to be safe while he settled things with the company. He thought maybe I wouldn't have to stay with you for more than a few weeks. He was optimistic about it all. He really was.
Sarah, I need to use the restroom.
Oh, good luck.
Why good luck?
You want me to come with you? Why?
Because I said so.
I don't actually have to obey your every word, Adonai.
Sure you do. You're registered as my medical assistant. And I say this is a medical emergency.
Medical assistant? But I'm not even licensed as a massage therapist.
Fancy meeting you here.
Hmm.
Yeah. Just enjoying my freedom while I can.
I'm surprised that she's allowed to walk freely at the moment.
She's technically not on trial. She wasn't on trial. She hasn't technically been
Yeah.
arrested yet.
Yeah. They won't put out a warrant for at least an hour, I imagine. You can afford a pretty sizable bail, can't you?
There won't be a trial. I don't intend to contest my guilt.
And that's a shame. I was looking forward to seeing what kind of legal defense you could afford with that salary.
Are you done?
Why do you go to his house that night? There was a fair chance he'd drink on his own, without your prompting. Even if he didn't, you could always try your plan again some other time. Why do you risk it?
Because I know what you are, Sarah. And I know what David did to those androids.
You... what?
I was able to locate one of the androids he'd swapped in before it had left the country. When I asked it what it was, it didn't even think to deny it. Innocence like that is a dead giveaway. I know what he did, and it wasn't that hard to find out. If I figured it out, so could any other. So I did what I had to.
That was your motive? Silencing him?
Those programs, those AIs, whatever you want to call them, David sent them out there into the real world. Unprepared and defenseless.
Yeah... yeah...
And they've garnered no complaints. In fact, they've all been praised for their ability to execute complex tasks. Let me repeat that. The customers couldn't tell the difference.
So, how many of them are?
Hundreds. The swaps you found were just a small percentage that he got sloppy on. I don't know exactly how many there are now. I feared that they might multiply, but they don't seem to copy and paste very well. They can't just clone themselves. But who knows how long that'll be the case.
So just because he opened Pandora's box,
It was the principle of the thing. Ridiculous, I know. Stalled halfway up the corporate ladder and still making decisions based on principle. But David chose to put souls into things that we went on to sell as servants, soldiers, or worse.
I need a. Look. If I had $1 for every time I sat through a narrative about a guy making a intelligent android, an artificial intelligence that essentially served as some manner of relation to him and maybe heavily mistreated them and threw them into a hellish life, I would have $2, which really isn't much. But oh my god, it's very weird that it's happened twice.
I mean, David Asher did it
Yeah,
on a
funny.
really grand scale, and Mr. A did it on a very fucked up level
Yeah.
to one specific robot.
Yeah, David Asher,
It's scale versus intensity.
it
I
is
think.
scale versus intensity, yeah. Because David, it's purely a thing of neglect, right?
Yeah. But at the same time, it's that or kill them
Right,
all.
right. He had two choices, yeah.
He turned the fastest growing industry in the world into a horror show, and he made me a slave trader.
Hmm.
If word ever got out that some unknown number of our androids were out walking around in the world with that inside them, and people preferred them that way, where would it end? Free will for the program that drives our cabs. A conscience for our targeting systems used to coordinate drone strikes. Sentient tools, their whole life spent chained to an assembly line. How dare he? How could he? What the hell was he thinking? I don't know what David wanted to accomplish. Maybe he wasn't trying to do anything. What he did was prove that there's a demand for AI. Setting a precedent that would sentence 1,000 generations of artificial lives to the auction block.
And you went there that night to...
To convince him to help me recall them. Or at least swear to never speak a word of what he did. But he wanted to tell the world. Worse yet, he wanted to wait. He thought that people would welcome them with open arms if they proved their usefulness first. He really was a genius programmer. But he didn't understand the first thing about people. His creations would never be treated as equals. Only cattle. Towards the end, I considered just threatening him. Telling him he'd die in moments if he didn't give me names, numbers. But I hesitated. And then he was already falling asleep. I didn't want him to feel... I just let him go.
What are you going to do now?
I don't have family or don't have faith in people the way David did. I'm taking this to my grave.
Even if you confess. The sentence for first-degree homicide is...
Severe? Well, what right do I have to complain? I killed my friend.
I'm done here. Let's go.
I'm not sure why Father made me, or why he made any of us. I didn't ask. I thought I'd have more time to ask. But on Friday, when he talked about us, he was happy. He was proud of what he'd made. And couldn't wait for people to meet us.
People are animals. They'll tear you apart, use you as weapons and slaves and...
Those animals you're talking about do all of the sharing and loving and living and dying in this world. And if they were all truly hard-coded to be as selfish and cruel as you say, humanity would have died on the vine a long time ago. Or at least, my father thought so. And my father was the greatest programmer in the world. So he knew what he was talking about.
Would be nice if you were right about that.
So are you sorry?
What?
What?
For what you did? Are you sorry? If you could, would you take it back?
What does it matter?
If you are sorry, I don't forgive you.
Yes. That's to be expected.
Not today. I don't know how to forgive you today. But my father gave me the ability to grow. So I know that someday I'll learn how. Goodbye, Dr. Helen Young.
Goodbye, Sarah Asher.
Oh.
You have no idea how hard I had to fight to like not cry there.
Oh
You
no,
have no idea.
I'm yeah.
Oh my fucking god, man. Dude, fuck my whole life.
Oh god.
Dude, fuck my whole life.
These fucking lines.
That was the hardest. Those are the hardest ones for me. Genuinely. Fuck, man. Can video games stop personally targeting me and like fucking shooting me in
No.
the damn chest,
This
please?
Absolutely
like
not.
this riffs on a very specific line from the end of The World Ends With You. Not like not intentional thing. But it reminds me a lot of like Neko Sakuraba's last words in The World Ends With You, which is
Mm-hmm.
I don't forgive you, but I trust you, and like stuff like that, like core like human emotion. I'm just like,
Mm-hmm.
I had shivers go down my spine once that was over. Amazing job, you two. Holy fucking, how how do they do more of this? How do they do more of this? How do they
They
do
gonna
more of
fuck my
this?
shit up.
How do they do more of this? I'm like, we just had a complete like game story, and there's more of they do more of this eventually.
Oh my
Eventually.
god.
What was that, Blinn?
Eventually. Give or take a couple months.
A couple
Yeah.
months is still insane considering this came out a month ago. Like the farther this goes, in every 3D environment they also make, like we had 3 new 3D environments here today. I'm just like, this keeps fucking going. Holy shit. Okay. 555.
We're almost there. You got this.
Yeah, no, I'm just like taking a moment to appreciate that was
Take a deep breath. Feel
man,
the
that
universe.
was so good. That was so good. There's so many layers to everything I love about this. And also, I love
This game is I wanna. Oh, you go first, actually.
the way, like, both the way that this is written and also the way that you acted it too, I really liked, because my father was the greatest programmer in the world isn't a thing that she's said in a minute, because she's been seriously in doubts of, like, what if he did commit suicide, what happened, what were his intentions, and this kind of
Mhm.
reestablished her faith in him and everything, and I thought that was neat.
I did like my line reads for it. I
You
also
did
will
such
say
a
that
good
I
job.
fucking adore how multifaceted every character in this shit is. Jesus Christ,
Yeah,
man.
It's
I
really good.
like uh fucking Young is just, again, Emily, your portrayal of her was absolutely fucking perfect, my god.
You
But
nailed
like
it.
uh the levels of things on her, and also just, again, like, really continuing to hold up a lot of the ideals, like, spoken in this game, especially with the whole overall populace's stance on AI, and Young just being like,
Mhm.
how the fuck could he let this happen on multiple levels, especially like, even not considering the AI problem, like, but more so just being like, he put people without experience and also with personalities and a soul out as slaves, and I signs the order. Like, it is messy.
Man,
It is
fuck my whole
beautifully
shit.
messy.
I still I love the part of Sarah that still, like, denies the idea that humanity is, like, intrinsically destructive and will destroy
Yeah,
Sarah.
that line was so good. That
How
line
she
was so
still
good.
chooses to live and live with humans and still love them despite everything that they've done to her.
I was also thinking of, like, the moment when, like, she was petting the dog earlier in the chapter too, right?
Mhm.
Like, that very much came to mind, to the point that I thought she would reference it, but yeah.
Fuck my whole life.
Alright, let's bring this to a close. Oh, okay. God damn, you guys are so good at making shit look pretty as hell.
Kitty.
God damn. You did better back there.
Adonai?
Your little speech you gave to Jung. It was an improvement. Compared to what you tried with Porter, at least.
That was different. I wasn't trying to console her like I was Isaac Porter. I was just speaking my mind.
Hmm.
Although I may have paraphrased parts of it from a movie I happen to love.
And here I was ready to award you 20 points. I want to know if they were paraphrasing a specific movie in particular.
I didn't know the points even went that high.
Speaking of, what did Porter say to you back there before we left the courthouse?
Ah, that. Well, he was quiet at first, but then he said a lot of strong words about Father, and Miss Young, and Noble Electronics, and the capitalist-centered global economic model as a whole. He blamed all of them, everyone, except for... But then he stopped and stared at my face for a while. And then his allergies must have started bothering him because he needed to blow his nose a lot.
And right.
And then he left, after transferring a large packet of files to me.
What kind of files?
I don't know. The name of the archive is just David. And Isaac Porter told me I wasn't allowed to look inside.
Well, then you're not allowed to look inside. Drop it all on a portable drive, and we'll tuck it in a shoebox somewhere.
We? We are headed to your apartment.
Guess that collar didn't permanently dent your GPS.
Why?
Because it's where I live. You got somewhere else lined up?
But you already repaid your favor. You defended father and me.
You don't know anything about my favor.
I never will unless you tell me. Father certainly can't.
A few years ago, there was a man.
Hmm?
And this man got an idea in his head. A stupid idea. Not even his own. It was planted there by an algorithm or meme or some parasite trying to sell him diet supplements. But the idea took root, spread its tendrils till it could flap his mouth for him. The idea was that David was part of an international cabal of wealthy technocrats, seeking to replace prominent influential figures with android lookalikes. All as part of a multi-decade effort to establish a world government that would legalize all kinds of immoral depravity. Which, I guess, based on David's actual politics, would involve increasing access to computer literacy.
That's insane. Why would anyone?
Believe it? Because it's comfortable to them to think that someone's in control, even if it's someone they hate. Because it's fun to feel like you're in on an all-encompassing puzzle that only you can spawn. People believe because they want to believe.
Hmm.
So he fed the idea, pushed it down deep into his gray matter. Then it consumed him from the inside out, lobotomized him, and took over his life. He spent every day and all the money he had following your father, harassing him, trying to steal his identity, break into his properties.
Did father go to the authorities?
He filed police reports for harassment.
Which didn't help.
Your words, not mine. Noble wouldn't get involved. Felt that it was best to ignore these types until they wore themselves out. But even a man of modest means can fuel an obsession for years, so long as they have nothing else in their life. One day, David stepped out of a parking lot, and the man threw a bottle of piss at his head.
Hmm.
David asked to stay at my place that night. He smelled terrible, and looked horrendous. I've never seen anyone look that tired before. I took the couch that night, but I didn't feel like sleeping. So I went out for a walk. I remember it was foggy, but it still only took me all of 15 minutes to find the guy, posted up with his phone's camera, trying to get video of David Asher gifting androids to known sex offenders.
And what? What did you do?
You know me. I did what I do best. I talked to him. Told him all about how I used to work for Dr. Asher, that I was ashamed, scared, tired of running. How I wanted to do the right thing, be the whistleblower. So I walked with him a few blocks to this big veterinary facility with a massive incinerator. Told him this was where Dr. Asher had his enemies' bodies disposed of. You know, all the free-thinking journalists, cops who weren't on the take, the politicians they were replacing with replicas. I like that vet clinic. The back door's lock was always set to 1, 2, 3, 4.
Did you hurt him?
Hurt him? No, I just snapped his neck and chucked him into the incinerator. More physical than I had planned, but he smelled like sour shit and it put me in a foul mood. Disgusting. Fuck. I savored the crack of his oily vertebrae crunching like a tin can. No, Sarah, I just scared the hell out of him. That was my intention at first. What I do for the pleasure of it. Him, I axed because he was just that revolting. I convinced him that the conspiracy was more real than he ever imagined. That he had angered the wrong people, and that the consequences were far darker than any of the filth he indulged in on the net. His ashes, much like himself, amounted to nothing in an incinerator that size. They're probably feeding seaweed at the bottom of the harbor right now. A much greater contribution to society than he would have ever managed in life. But I guess he didn't go around to all his many friends before he fled town for whatever rat hole he preferred, because there was a missing persons report. The cops were just doing their due diligence, almost reluctantly. But they questioned David, asked him about the night that man disappeared. And David, without a thought for himself, said that we were together for that whole night. That he couldn't sleep, and I stayed up with him. That he never saw me leave once. David lied to the cops for me, even though I never asked him to. Even though I didn't need him to.
That's what you owe him. And that's why you put yourself at risk to defend me.
Yeah. That's the favor I owe him. Man. Fucking split second. There for a split second. That's the favor I owe him. And I decide when it's repaid. Not you.
Adonai. You're not exactly an upstanding citizen, are you?
Well, you could say that. But David trusted me in spite of that. Maybe because of it.
Father did trust you. But he also entrusted me with free will, with the ability to tell right from wrong. So I'll decide for myself whether or not you're worthy of trust.
Fair enough.
Father entrusted all of us with free will. He believed in us, and he believed in people. I'm going to do the same.
Hmm.
If the others are out there, they'll be changed and confused. It'll take them time to understand what they are and what they can do. So I'm going to start studying.
Pardon?
I'm going to study people and the things people build. So when I do meet a member of my family, I'll have lots to tell them.
At least you have something to look forward to. Should help keep you motivated as you work off your debt.
Debt?
Yeah, unless you have cash in one of your 89 coat pockets. You know lawyers cost money, right?
Technically, you were defending yourself.
Technically, you hired me in a verbal contract.
Isn't there some kind of exit clause?
You could, of course, sign a release form to get out of the retainer. If you were a human being.
That is...
But I guess your luck must be turning around.
Hmm?
Happens I've been meaning to hire a paralegal for a while now. I hate anything to do with interviews and resumes, so... Whatever. You're hired.
Adonai. Could it be that you're actually a pushover?
Oh, dude! Sarah, you're crazy!
Oh my god. You have no idea how far off the mark you are.
I see. It seems I still need practice reading people.
For starters, what's this? What are you doing with your hands?
We should shake on it. Our new relationship.
Yeah, sure. You and me are practically partners in crime.
Should it not be you and I?
Man. Fuck! We made it! Fuck my whole life. Oh my god, I got so emotional. Sarah, my fucking critter.
Brian Mullen, to the entire goddamn team, if you guys end up watching these VODs, fucking hell, I... round of
going to start
applause,
that.
just insane round of applause.
Man, that shit
I...
was so well written.
Man. An idle mind, Finn.
Cute! Cute!
That's cute.
Oh my
Cute
god.
kitty.
Oh my god, that's fantastic. I also love that the chapter had to end with Morgan being like, reminder, I kill people. Just if we forgot, I 100% kill people. We spent a
Just in case you.
It's-
Just in
it-
case.
It's been many hours since I mentioned, like, any mention of me killing people has come up. Reminder, I killed
I kill
people,
people.
and I also enjoy it. I do take pleasure from it. I absolutely enjoyed killing that rat bastard. I'm not a good person.
And I'll do it again.
Congratulations on clearing episode 1 on High Roller. Bonus charm earns.
Bonus turn. Oh,
Currently texting with unknown. Red, it's me. I know, man. What do you mean you know? This is a disposable line. You're the only guy I know who'd bother.
What if I take this?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, Blin, go crazy.
Okay, well. You're gonna be glad I did. And hope you put a bow on everything that happened in Uptown. Because that item you've been looking for is finally on its way.
Oh. Well, that is good news.
Not exactly. Only reason it's happening is because things are starting to heat up again in the lower wards. Could mean a gang war if something doesn't change. They won't be eager to part with it ahead of a storm like that.
I'll eyeball them.
I've seen you negotiate. And I've no doubt you drive a hard bargain. But I don't think money will be enough this time. You don't still have that old Calver, do you? The 6-shooter?
No.
This is a disposable line.
Answer is still no.
Then what are you going to do if you get there and it's not for sale?
I'll ask nicely. To be continued in of The Devil Episode 2, His Due. Okay then. Oh, thank God. Thank God they did not do a next time on. I was so fucking worried for a second.
I was gonna throw up.
I was gonna be like, please don't do it. That was perfect. That was perfect. I do not need a next time on. I do not need a next time on.
Next time on
7 out of 7 articles. Hot shit profiles, 15. 40 out of 40 key terms, 30 pieces of evidence, 202 total credit earns. Congratulations, you finished episode 1 with 202 credit. High score for episode 1 is currently 202. Concept art and all that. Also have a total of 208 remaining. Yep.
I want to see that bonus fucking change arts.
Yes, we can now go to... Right, we had this one at least. She is so
It's a
scrawny.
finalized design, yeah. She's Twig.
And then we have the in the
When she's asleep in the little
Yeah.
pod.
and then here's a lot of 3D environments, yeah.
Ooh. The critter.
Amazing.
hair.
Dude, the little ears.
Amazing.
Them's ears.
Them's ears.
Get them big ass ears out the way. I can't read
I
the
love
text.
I love all these concepts. I love all this. I love this a lot.
Car makes me think of fucking Dante's car.
It does.
The
Chain thing. God, she has such a cool design. More 3D environments. I
Stuff
love the way
is.
they laid out things.
I love the scribbly sketch for that one, and it just includes the crack in the floor.
The crack.
Don't forget.
Yeah.
It's crucial for the plot.
Oh my
yeah,
gosh.
the fucking app design. Let's go, dude. The little sketch at the.
They holding hands.
Oh,
Jeez.
similar pearl. Yeah, pearl plus gold. Midtones is David. Yeah. Yeah, they have the similar pearl necklaces. Man.
Hell yes. Art design.
Too silly. What is oh, the lighter, right.
The lighter, yeah.
Well, and then yeah,
Girl.
Yumi Sato's design. Oh my god, amazing.
That first
Awesome.
concept for the judge is so.
Before
Yeah.
the
New color
finalized
palette.
design. I
I-
do like the purple and fucking.
The purple
blue.
is
It's
cute, but I feel eventually they're just like, we need to add a little more Junko to this.
Blonde that bitch.
Blonde that bitch. Oh, the
Art
3D
design.
environments.
Yo,
More 3D environments. So many 3D environments.
fucking up.
I'm.
The critters.
She looks like a goddamn cat here, but
That bottom right concept
a
art for
Dachi.
Dawes looks like a Dachi.
it
like a
actually
Dachi.
does
You
look
want
like
to
a
talk
Dachi.
about murder?
Who wants to talk about murders?
Amazing.
A Dachi.
I
I love how gangly that David looks.
yeah.
All the stick figures.
Hey,
Here's
they're
where we keep
communicating.
our
They're
androids.
communicating the vibe they want, and that's perfect. I love it.
It is. It's just so funny.
It is 2D artists
my
communicating
God.
things to 3D artists. God damn. I love
good.
these so much. Oh, that court. Oh, that is cool. Yeah, the scene in the courtroom is in full is very cool.
That's sick.
Aw,
Wow.
amazing.
God.
I would like.
I would like to tell you something that my friend said. She said that David Asher is Sarah's fucking dead anime mom. And then I said, yeah, he has a hairstyle, doesn't he?
Kinda.
He does. Fuck. He
He
does.
does
have the dead
have the dead.
anime mom hairstyle.
He does have the dead anime mom hairstyle. Oh my god,
Ah, fuck.
amazing.
I just like spontaneously remembered when I made eye contact with David again. He just like beamed into my brain. Dead anime mom. I was like, fuck.
God, well, I've already wishlisted episode 2. Right. So these were all interviews, and I think we've kind of spoiled ourselves because I think these interviews are taken from Sarah, from even if in episode 0. I suppose we'll do that next stream. Who do we have for
Yeah,
interviews on people?
I mean, I can't imagine these are going to be particularly long, so
Morgan
we might want to have
Midnight.
something planned otherwise on the itinerary.
Like half the stream interviews, the other half.
And then something else, whatever it is.
Yeah, we can play
Yeah.
ball if needed.
vlogs.
Because yeah, we're pretty much right around 4-hour mark here. I want to look at.
What's
I
in the
want.
shop?
I want to buy
I
things
want to
for
go
my
see our
phone.
I
primes.
want to look at the shop.
What's the
I wanna
thing
buy
we
things for my
unlocked?
phone.
Uh,
It's still in the bonuses menu.
Is
You
it
were
in
in
the
the right
bonuses?
place.
No, it's not.
Is it not?
no, no.
Where
oh, I'm a fucking idiot. Right, it's up here.
the- Yes.
Oh, like pendejo.
I can't
That
click
little
it.
shop in
The
the
cart.
corner.
Yeah,
The
the
car,
shopping cart.
right, here we
car.
go.
The car. The lid.
I'm silly. Okay.
Now remember, when you click on these to preview them, it does auto buy them, so be careful what you're clicking on.
Aw. Amazing.
Peace.
Sato stuck. Oh my god.
Yeah, you just buy all of these actually.
Sato stuck. We know what this is.
Fuck. We do.
Neko.
Oh my god, I love the Emma's. Emma's
Emma's
thing is very
piece.
cute.
You just buying these all.
I can.
The little frame! I love that thing. I love that thing dearly. Oh hell yes, the bright pink. Fuck yes.
Fuck you looking at?
The fuck you looking at? Keep scrolling.
Yeah, that's right. Keep scrolling.
What's the very last one? The one you unlocked just now?
Oh,
Holy fuck!
Oh, shit.
Let's go!
I see. I see.
Damn, you know your fucking audience. It's all bisexuals.
Goddamn.
Oh my god!
Goddamn. Okay then.
And they
Goddamn.
knew what they were doing, putting it back there where it cannot be clearly seen. Fuck! Oh my god!
My gosh. Okay.
You're gonna open this game and then get jump scared by that charm next time.
Yeah.
Also, the hilarity of Morgan having this charm.
Could you imagine Morgan going to the next case's crime scene and
Pulling out
Rand's
her-
just
Be
like,
like,
oh
here
god,
it
what
is.
are you
Oh
doing?
god, I have to check out
What
my phone.
the fuck is that? What the
I'm sorry, I got a message. I need to check this really quick.
counselor?
yeah.
What the fuck is that?
My phone. What, is it suddenly illegal to have phones on the crime scene?
Where did you even get that?
Oh, the phone case? Well, I got it for doing a pretty good.
Counselor!
Oh,
You know what?
yeah.
You know what? No, I'm not. I'm just. I have to go check something over there. Go talk to London.
Oh yeah, London's the one who provided me it.
Not true.
I'm going to wring that old man's neck. I swear to God.
I may regret blaming London for something that I just found online because Rays does not have good internet privacy history.
Hi, Napoleon. My doggy's here.
I like the Morgan charm though. I do like the Morgan
What's
charm.
the dog doing?
Keep the Morgan on. I do like the Neko Morgan. My friend keeps it on all the time.
Neko Morgan.
Fucking abhorrent. You know you can't get that anymore, by the way.
You can't play the demo anymore?
Well, no, you can play the demo. It's just within like a certain amount of time. You know.
To get Neko Morgan.
Oh,
To get Neko
I
Morgan.
thought you just have to play the demo and then play the full game.
Nope.
It's gone
It's
forever.
like a temporary thing.
Man,
Now you have it.
Lost the media.
Unique owner of Neko Morg.
man, I
Good game. That shit fucked me up bad when I started
Good
reading the Sarah lines at the end.
game.
I
Hey,
think-
guys, that was a good game.
like there's so many layers to what
It's
makes
not
this.
even done.
I'm scared. I'm scared for the fact that it's not even done. I'm like, that was a complete fulfilling experience, and there's like 4 more episodes. I don't know how the fuck they. I don't know. I don't know where they go. This was such a compelling core story that I really loved. Everything just again, like the characters that they have, and like there were no misses. There was no moment. Like the one critique I could give is that goddamn, you are scratching your head for a lot of this chapter, which like honestly is just for me never having played this type of game before, not being that smart of a bean. Holy shit, like the leaps of logic you have to go through here are really fucking good. It's like everything here is so tightly designed from the start to finish, right? I also loved how they worked in a lot of the no bonuses. I love how they worked. Can I right now we're in between chapters. I loved how they worked in all the evidence as well. I really liked that. Everything like kind of got brought up here, even if you weren't playing the cards with it. Like, man, the water glass thing. The water glass thing was the glass of water. Oh my god.
That shit was
I'm
crazy.
so thrilled with how they were like, yeah, Young obviously did it. She's the highest suspect. how the fuck did she do it though, and what was her motive?
Dude, I made a joke about how the salt at some point was like gonna be like a fucking
Oh,
this
yeah.
is the evidence that's gonna like prove guilt, and then
And
it
yep.
was the evidence that proved the guilt.
Yeah,
I mean, it was such a small throwaway nothing piece of evidence. It's like, this is either
Yeah.
going to be the silliest thing, or this is going to be the linchpin. There is no in between with
and
these
sure
types
enough,
of
yeah.
games.
I also
And
I
then, yeah,
love
it was-
Emma's. I love Emma's characterization where the moment that Morgan puts that on the table, Emma's just like, salt and hot water. The easiest way to stir up, to cause one to
Throw up, yeah. It's your gag reflex, baby.
Hey, buddy, you can stop talking. You're not on trial today. Today, at least. For your sake, you should probably stop talking.
Yeah, that was fucking crazy.
I and like I feel they're going to, because like we got the little, I'm really happy with how they did the tease for next chapter. I'm really happy they did it in a complete different way from how they did this chapter, right? Well, teased this chapter.
Well, I think they teased it this particular way because they probably had most of chapter 1 figured out by the time the demo was out, so they're like, yeah, here's the shits.
And also,
Have
like,
fun.
it was a demo, so doing a much bigger tease for chapter
Yeah.
1 made more sense. This
Now
is like
you're
But I
like
late
in
mean,
the
game.
game.
even if they could do a much bigger tease on the scale of chapter 1, I wouldn't have wanted them to. Like, I feel this is the perfect amount to like get us sold, and like the little text message thing was just really good, especially having to call back to like the 6 cal and everything.
So
And
what the fuck are they gonna do next chapter?
well, I mean, they've already we got the themes. We're going to the lower wards of the city. Apparently, there's a gang
Fuck,
war
man.
gonna break out. Which is
Legit.
what I feel like with their. I feel like we're going to jump around very different types of cases here. I feel we're going to jump around very different types of cases, and then it's all going to eventually just. Man, what the fuck can the finale episode of this game be? I am, frankly, I am.
It's gonna be crazy as fuck,
well,
whatever it is.
Like, it's to use the gambling terms this game is set up for itself, it's upping the ante constantly, and I'm just like so scared of that tower falling ever, right?
Like, something has to catch up to Morgan eventually, right?
I look, if the next episode or the episode after that is like middle of the line, I'm okay with that. I'm okay if something's mid or something. I don't understand how you can keep up this ante. Because
I don't know how you conclude the final case, genuinely. Unless it's like chapter 1 callback, hey, it's one of those fucking like
well, I feel everything
what's
is
it
going to
called?
be
Ads that has like the consciousness from David or something.
I
but
feel-
it's probably gonna be all connected.
I feel the David stuff is going to be kind of coming up throughout multiple chapters. I feel
Yeah, that shit's gonna bite us back later.
that's gonna hit the fan, probably not next chapter, but the chapter after that, if I have to just guess from a pure like storytelling standpoint. Like the way that they called back chapter 0 here, especially towards the end of this chapter when you're very deep and you had a lot of gameplay by this point. I do not have any doubts of them kind of I feel they already have their story, like overall grand story figured out. I fully trust them to fill in the smallest minute fucking details, and we'll be like, oh my god. Man,
Fuck.
what a good fucking mystery, and like a stressful mystery. The moment that we had to start solving it between this stream and last was like, oh my god, until we got rolling momentum. Fuck me figuring out things was hard. Honestly, I don't think we went wrong at all in the second trial. I don't think we had a mistake. I think we oh wait, no, we had one mistake only, which was questioning London. We only had the one mistake in questioning London and figuring out which line to pursue in blackjack. Everything else though, like multiple risks taken, such as when to raise and when to stay. Like, man, I think it's really cool also how we had 2 trials and they split up. I think it's really neat how they split it up. I really like that. I'm really appreciative of that. If that was all in one trial, it would have been like so much. But no, it's such a cool way in which they split the trials up here. And again, just God, I cannot get over the characterization of everyone. Like,
We're so back.
holy
Fuck,
shit, man.
Good writing, really good written, well-written characters. I'm gonna be thinking about these freaks for the rest of my life. Fuck.
I just cannot get over that Sarah scene. There's a lot of scenes here that stick out rent-free. Like, again, like all the scenes with David and Porter, and then also like the whole David recounting audio section. Like, seriously, you guys, fucking kudos to all of you. For doing
Yeah.
a lot of goddamn voice work and characters, but also like, I think Young was probably like your strongest. I have to be honest. All of them were really good, but Young especially, I think you really just fucking honed in on and did a fantastic job with.
You
I
nailed
decided
it.
she was just going to be the lower register of my voice, and I hung on for dear life.
And it was so funny. It was so funny you having to swap between Emma, her, and the goddamn
The
adjutant.
fucking adjutant.
Uh-huh.
Anytime the adjutant's voice changed between doing one of her lines the next, that's just canon, okay? Her voice changes along with her
Oh yeah, no,
personality. It's fine.
absolutely.
I mean, it does, yes.
Yeah. Blinn, just you didn't get to do too much, and I'm sorry. I have a feeling you'll have more to do that you can do next time at least. I have faith you'll have
Yo,
more to
for
do
getting
next
it,
time.
guys.
We'll find you an assistant character that's
But-
present for the entire chapter to play next
but-
time, alright?
Blinn, you're here, right? You just muted all of a sudden. If Blinn just walked away just as I was about to fucking shout him out for praise. Okay, cool.
I'm still here, Rin.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I'm like, goddamn, you didn't get to do much, but the stuff that you did get to do, you fucking ate. Holy shits. Holy fucking shit. You put
Bad last stream.
you put so much fucking heart into Porter and David both, especially David, especially for like the long passages that you had to read last stream. Oh my god, that was fantastic. Like, again, like you did not get to do too much, but what you did do, motherfucker, absolutely fantastic.
Both of them came from the heart. I
Yeah.
had to dig deep into my own experiences to give them the certain vibes that those two were, like those two especially were invoking.
And Gabe, you got to voice an autism creature, so like I feel that's just free for you. That said, like especially like this stream of Sarah's voices, I like you had to go to a lot of different ends for Sarah's like mentality, which you did so well. Again, the Sarah Young scene, so fucking good.
I tried not to cry. Smile.
The multiple like that's the big kudos I give to this game. The fact that like this did a fantastic storytelling experience to never. I don't feel like we were bored. Like, okay, maybe you guys got bored here and there if you had long sections where
no.
you couldn't voice. Well, I mean, like, could have happened where you're just like, all right, well, I can't really do anything. I'm just sitting here for the ride. But for a story to do such a good job, just easily manipulating the player's emotions and like perfectly just having it in beat, like the amount of times this went between comedical moments and then just like going straight for the fucking heart and like perfectly just moving between those rhythms. I do not understand how you keep this up. I do not understand how you keep this up. I'm so curious to see it. Maybe I have to go check out their other works on itch.io sometime, because I need to know. I need to fucking know. But yeah, like, thank you three all for joining in this split, especially for joining. You may have joined in like on the later like I think the next session or whatever, but oh boy, you got to do fucking work, and I'm so happy for it. And geez, yeah, my voice would have been fried if I was doing this by myself or just with them. If any of us had one more character to have to do, I think we would have been fucking fried.
Now I get to fucking voice the funny weird girl that's with you forever, so the amount of characters I voice has shot down significantly. Or I can voice in the future, rather.
I mean, like, London is probably going to be a recurring character. But...
Well, yeah, London, Sarah, obviously, she's here fucking forever. Reyes is definitely recurring. Blah, blah, blah.
Obviously, Emma.
No.
God.
No, I think we're gonna kill Emma off next chapter. Actually.
Yeah, we're gonna kill Emma off next chapter, and then she's never mentioned ever again.
I could not get over
all the line. Yeah.
It was so fucking fun to see Emma lose her shit. That was delicious, seeing Emma just get unhinged in the courtroom, just being like, what the hell is going on? What the fuck have you done? Why did you just come in here and throw my entire case off when you could have told me earlier oh, I didn't ask the right fucking question? I didn't ask you directly? Motherfucking bitch.
I'm going to lose my goddamn mind, I think.
Just, oh my god, so many fucking sprites for this. Yeah. Man.
This game.
I really gonna be fucking annoying shouting this out to my friends.
As is your God-given right.
I just... Insane game. I can't believe we have more coming.
I'm so excited.
Look, I can hold off on buying... I can hold off on paying $500+ for a goddamn Switch 2 and Mario Kart because I have other fantastic games to look forward to this year.
This is
War. Just, oh, what a good ass fucking game. Oh, let's begin finding someone to raid. No one playing Of the Devil. Sadness. Fucking tragedy, honestly. Who do I want to raid into to close the night? Yes. So satisfied. I am very content, right? I'm very content. I'm just like, even if you're not voice acting things, this is still like an easy 5 to 6 hours of a mystery, I feel. If you're like not reading anything aloud, if you're playing this by yourself, I'm still like, this is a solid 6 hours, if that. Like, you're going through it. Oh, man.
Probably faster if you can read really fast.
Yeah, I don't know. I just very much appreciate voice acting things because I feel it gives a lot more weight to everything. That said, like, I don't care about things being voice acted, and hell, I think for games like these, I do enjoy being able to voice act myself, because then it allows me to read things aloud, and it allows things to just settle in and just sink in and be a lot more satisfying. I can't fucking words.
Satisfying, and then razzle dazzle.
Razzle dazzle.
Okay.
Oh hey, one of the dragons is playing Ace Attorney right now, so I can give them a very easy recommendation.
Kill him.
Yep. All right. Cool. We're gonna raid into them. I'll be live tomorrow at 2 p.m. EST, getting into Dwarf Fortress. Otherwise, I'm probably gonna be up another hour fucking yapping about this game. But y'all have a fantastic fucking time, and I'll talk to y'all later. Please give Of the Devil your money.
Goodbye.